Hey, Rashi. Yeah, just a silent one. Good. I'm really tempted to do this kiss. Should I do this one? Should I do this one? I'm gonna do it. Okay. Oh my gosh. I decide what meme to ping my Discord with, and I picked a banger. My brother showed that to me. I could not stop laughing. It's the stupidest thing I've ever seen in my life. Hey, Lamp. Hey, Just Live. Reviewing Spitfire Juice today. Hey, Fandom Frisk. Alphabet. Why are there Twitch drops to an owl on YouTube? I don't know. Hey, what's up, Rag? I'm sorry. It's a low point for me. Hey, Collapse. What's up, mate? Oh, gosh. I'm weak. Yeah, I want to be honest. I wanted to do some. I wanted to do this. Wait a second. No. This isn't even updated with that. Yeah, this is good. So, mic check. Oh yeah, mic check. Thank you, Kiev. By the way, just to be very clear, Kiev, I got your DM response, and it's not because I'm too busy that I haven't responded. It's just because I don't care. That's why I haven't responded yet. Just to be, I'm gonna make it very clear, I am indeed ghosting you. Yeah, that's the case. Okay. Okay. So I want to do a mic check really quick. I'm gonna play a little bit of music in the background here. Actually, I should probably not play music in the background. What can I play? You literally don't care? Yeah, that's cool. I'm gonna do a mic check. How is the audio quality so far? Somebody jump into a call with me. I'm gonna be in my Discord and hang out. Jump. I want to test my audio and people's audio. Hello, Kiev. Say something, Kiev. Kiev's not saying anything. It's just a test. This is the whole point. Is supposed to test my audio.
Hey.
Hello, Clups. Hello. Can you say something, Clups?
What's up?
Hey, how's my audio? Hello, everybody. How's the audio sounding? How's the difference in audio? People are not in the voice. Hello, aboard guy. Everyone good?
It sounds good.
Okay.
You have to yell though.
Okay,
Yeah,
well, I know, but I'm not going to yell while you guys in the voice channel. I don't hate you that much.
Your noise suppression doesn't
That's why we're
sound very
here.
good though, because I can hear stuff like in the background
The
quite
noise
loud.
suppression? Okay. Well, how would I change that with a reasonable... I don't think I can I? Is that a mic thing or a Discord thing?
There is an option on Discord. I don't know how well it works.
But it wouldn't matter with Discord because my whole point is streaming. I'm an idiot.
Right, it's
yeah.
a mic thing.
Okay, maybe not. Go ahead.
Did you get the like application or whatever that works with your mic? Okay.
Yeah, I did. What is it? Blue Logitech?
I don't know.
Oh, that's the Logitech G. It's a Logitech mic, yeah? Yeah. So Logitech G Hub here. It's loading.
Is that a Logitech mic?
Yeah, it is. It's Yeti X.
Is that a Logitech mic? I don't. There's a like dedicated app for it though, not like the Logitech one.
Yeah. But it's all under like the freaking G Hub thing. Seriously, look. I got the whole. Look at this. I got the whole 9 yards. See?
Okay.
Yeah. See? Yeah. Oh, I hate your mouse. I just remind me crap. It's like, yeah, I don't like your mouse. Yeah. Okay.
Get your own mouse.
Well, look, I didn't have any space for the bungee. I literally didn't have enough desk space.
It wasn't
a
present for you.
Well, I know, but she offered. She offered. I'm gonna make the transitions. I'm gonna make the. She was supposed to remind me today. It's actually all her fault. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So then I just need to test the peaking. We'll do the noise suppression some other time. I honestly don't have time, but like, let's just check the peaking. All right. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Okay. So chat. Here's what I'm gonna do. Turn your volume down. Like, don't, if you're wearing headphones, mute it for a second because I don't want to like deafen anybody. But I'm just gonna be like yelling in a second, you know. And I theoretically, okay, listen, we're checking volume, not peaking necessarily, because I'm expecting it to do a little bit of. Okay, let me turn this down just a little bit here. I'm expecting it to like go like peak dent in the hair. Shut up. Okay. But I don't want it to be like too loud. It might peak, but I don't want it to be too loud. You got me? So it might be like sound distorted, but if it doesn't your ears. So like, ready? Here we go. Hey, whoa. Thoughts? Why do you guys act like, what else am I supposed to do to audio check? It could be better. Okay. Should I turn the mic gain down? Because like, here. I wish I could bring over my OBS. How do I can't stream my OBS thing, but I can turn up the OBS gain a tiny bit and turn down the mic gain a little bit. Turn down the mic gain a little bit. Turn down the mic gain. But isn't that gonna, okay, so here's what I should do. I should turn on the mic gain a little bit and move it closer to my mouth, right? Right? I just did that. I turned it down a little bit and then I moved it closer to my mouth. Roast your highlight. Okay. In theory, that should be good. Okay. Try speaking quietly now. Hello, it's me. My name is Jeremy. I'm inside your skin. Is it not picking up? No, you're good, Red Knight. So do I need to turn it up now? Do I need to turn it up? So I'll turn it up one notch. Okay. So try it now. Ready? Hello, it's me, Jeremy. I'm inside your house. Either turn it up or get used to leaning if you're gonna whisper. Oh, I'm in your walls. Hello, everybody. Wow, I really enjoy granola. Okay, maybe that'll do for now. Okay. Okay, coming in and out. How's like the normal talking volume? Yeah, but it's what it is, and I really enjoy. It seems to be hanging now. Yeah. Okay. So I think it's okay. I just need to keep it at like the 4 little thingies and maybe move it a tiny bit closer. Okay. Yeah. Let's do this roast the highlight, and then let's do it. Let's do this tier list sucker because I am actually like super stoked to do this. All right. What do you got, Red Knight? Roast your highlight. Oh, face cam. Guys, we get face cam. Instantly jumps up quality. Like, but the problem with face cam, and I've come to realize this, is I've just come to realize that not everybody is, I guess, chiseled, perfect, beautiful. I think beautiful is a good adjective. Not everybody's as beautiful as I am. So it could be a little bit distracting. So I appreciate the confidence, but I think I'm questioning your intelligence with the face cam. I think it's more of, but I will say it's a net neutral. It's a boost to your confidence that, you know, but it's a little bit damning about your intelligence that you would show this. Let's put it that way. I don't know why I'm doing this. I don't know why I'm putting on headphones at all. Not a good time for me to make that mistake. Okay, so let's see what your drunken queen is here. What? Why are we like lagging like 6 years behind? Don't cry. He redeemed the roaster highlight. What do you want me to do? Sit here and give him a kiss? No. Good, decent knife. Although, I mean, to be honest with you, let's be honest, you weren't even aiming for anybody here. This is just a giant red clump. I'm pretty sure anybody could have just hit the ability in this general direction and something good would have happened. So, you know, good, I guess. There's the Suzu. There's the ult. Mate, all you did was hit one ability on a giant red clump, another ability on a giant red clump, and then press Q on a giant red clump. Push. Red clump. Another red clump. Yep. And this man postures up like he's just cured cancer. Look at this. Yep. What do you mean, yep? What do you mean, yep? What did you do? You could have like strapped in a chimpanzee and pressed random buttons. You guys ever want to talk like, what do they say? Like the Shakespeare and the number of chimpanzees with typewriters? We just saw that in our Overwatch League game. Or Overwatch game, rather. Anybody could have done this. Even Super Overwatch could have done this. Good job, I guess. All right, whatever. If that's what you want, if that's what you think a good play is, I guess. Even I could have done that play. Silver gameplay, yeah. Guess my SR, guys. That would have been fun. Tell you what, guys, it's the dopamine addiction, man. These kids these days, they just, if it doesn't give the ticky, if it does give ticky, it's good, you know? It's not, it doesn't matter if it was like actually skillful or not. It gave ticky, therefore it was good. Not enough insults, to be honest. Yeah, I'm out of practice. They did have silvers. I knew it. It was collegiate, wasn't it? It was collegiate. Canthal, tilt, and predator eyes. Mog, Canthal. I don't know what those words mean. But I'm going to trust you and assume that they're good. Yeah. What do you think of the Who Are You signing? I mean, what do you think I think of the Who Are You signing? I mean, okay. I'm like, well, whee! You know, this is okay. Can I be hang on. This is when it came out, when I saw about the Who Are You signing, honestly, at this point, I was just like, bro, this entire season, this is the Overwatch League theme. The 2023 Overwatch League theme, ladies and gentlemen. Am I missing something? Oh, it's muted. Why is it muted? All right, 2023 Overwatch League season theme. Dude, like, what do you want me to say? This entire season is a total joke, man. Like, what was this? What is the bracket? It's like, why? I mean, like, bro, I know my spiel's been the replay viewer, but that's like the third or fourth most ridiculous thing that's happened this season. At most, it's just insane, man. You can't make this stuff up. But so, yeah, sure, why not? Guys, listen, why don't we somebody just sign, listen, why doesn't like the Hangzhou Spark just cut their entire team and sign like plats? Like, why at this point, it doesn't matter. You know what, why not just cancel playoffs? Why don't we just pick a hat and pick a random name and that's who wins the Overwatch League trophy this season? It doesn't matter. I don't care. Why don't one of them, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Justin Bieber, the new main tank for the Florida Mayhem. Who, I don't know. It doesn't matter anymore. It just doesn't matter. At this point, it doesn't matter. Who cares? Who cares? They're going to hold the grand finals in Antarctica. $7v7 for just the grand finals. Who cares? I don't even know anymore. Who cares? Whee! Whee! Nobody knows what's going on anymore. Whee! Whee! That's a little listen into the Overwatch League front office, and it doesn't matter anymore. Nobody knows what's going on anymore. Nobody even knows. Everybody, it's all fun. You know what they're going to do is they're going to change the patch they're playing on to like just a random patch in 2021. I don't know. Why not? You know, we buffed Echo or something. You guys can play in that one. Yeah, I don't know. It's something else. Okay. So I want to be very clear. This is actually inspired. My mic is right here, man. So I watched a really good SVB video on like why Kiriko has no personality. I was like, yo, it's so true. I freaking hate Kiriko's personality. So I figured this might be kind of fun before we start our Overwatch League analysis in a little bit. Who has the worst personality? Who has the best personality in Overwatch 2? Now, there's a couple of biases that we have to be aware of. Number one is, bigger is better. Usually when it comes to personalities, I don't know what it is about our perception. Like even think about like acting. People tend to want to think the best actor is the one with the most a blatant outgoing personality, the one that does something the craziest, that people are going to be biased towards that. And I think we're going to be biased towards that in this tier list. We'll also be biased towards things that are the characters that we like playing, right? So like, hey, if we don't like this character because we don't like the character, we don't like the personality. Are there any other biases that we should be aware of? I think that's the biggest thing. It's not like it's that big of a deal, huh? Yeah, true, sexism. No, but I think it's nuance. This isn't objective by any means, of course, but it's just fun. What's up, Mr. B? Okay, what should be named S tier? Classic. Great work, team. A, solid. Very fun. Much love. B would be not bad. Solid. Good job. Okay, well done. C is not so bad, not so good, kind of lame, and D, and then not it really. And then let's add one more. Let's do gray. Wait, no, what have I done? Ah! Wait. I did. No. Wait, I think I had to. The colors are all weird though. See, this is all weird. Let's do green, and then let's do bluish, and then let's do yellowish, and then let's do orange, and then let's do red, and I'll do gray as the bottom one. Okay, let's stop talking. We're gonna go through it at a time. We haven't even gone through it yet. Okay. Personality. Now, obviously, there's gonna be, we don't want to like bias like good guys or bad guys as much, so we'll try to be like a little bit objective about it. What do you guys think about Bastion? Now, keep in mind, I'm not super. Oh yeah, good point. I need to swap blue and green. Good point. I'm not like super like lore genius, man, but I'm like kind of familiar with some of the stuff. So I think Bastion's pretty good. I think like Bastion's okay. I think Bastion's gonna be a tough read though. Bastion could either be like really good because it's like he's like no longer the robot. He's got like this whole personality. He's kind of saucy, with it. I think we should put like Bastion in like here for now, but only because I can see like either argument. His interactions are pretty funny. It's just hard. He's got a lot of personality for a robot. The Ganymede buff, yeah. Yeah, we'll cross that road. We're not like married to these just yet. What about Cassidy? Cassidy is like, oh yeah, A tier, because it's like it's a personality that's like pretty popular, like saucy Western dude. Like there's entire movie series about that whole personality, you know? But he's just a cool dude. So like just Cassidy. So I would say probably B tier, but I feel like there's a little bit of I don't know. I don't know. I think B. It's hard because I'm like, oh, Matthew, it's like this is like a compilation of like story and voice lines. And honestly, I am going to include voice acting into this as well because I do think it has a play. I don't want to try and isolate the voice acting. He could feel a little bit basic though. I don't feel like there's a ton of nuance to it. Amazing, but yeah, it does. Matthew Mercer does a phenomenal job. I would say put Cassidy above Bastion for right now, maybe A tier. I do want to try and get these at least somewhat in order. I guess a little bit of both, Corton. A little bit of both. All right, this shouldn't be a hot take, but I mean, it's not so much that she's annoying, but it's also that there really is nothing to her. It's just she's just an annoying character, cringe. Yeah. The only reason that she's not lower is because she actually has a personality that makes some sort of sense. Diva. Oh. I think like let's not mess around. Let's just go ahead and just do this because that's just it's gonna be there. You don't talk about it. She doesn't act like there's just nothing there. Yeah. So let's just go ahead and put that there. Okay. Bit of a hot take. You guys ready for a hot take? Hear me out. If you had asked me an early, I would have said like, dude, this guy's amazing. He's so cool. He's got all like this complicated past with his brother. But like, he really is, he's pretty basic boy now. I don't think it's necessarily bad, but I feel like he's just kind of like developed as a person. And then now he's just kind of is. He doesn't have a lot of personality. Even I've got to the point, remember, even when I was a super like crazy Genji main, I just didn't like his voice lines or voice interactions. It was just very dry. Very dry. I don't feel like he has a lot of personality. Have some water. You mind? Thank you. Dang it. I think Genji's just kind of dull. I think he's got a great character arc, but I don't find his personality all that interesting. I think you guys are confusing character arc with personality. Character arc is a part of your personality because it develops your personality, but I think where he is at right now, he's not a very interesting person in terms. Dang it. Now Hanzo, I think has a much more interesting personality, right? Partially because his character arc is still going, right? But he's bitter. I think even in Overwatch 2, you see him start to evolve a little bit. He's arrogant. He has standards. He's bitter, but he's also trying to do the right thing.
Sounds like you're describing yourself. Arrogant, he has standards, trying to do the right thing.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think Hanzo's definitely more interesting, but maybe an A is a little high. Come on. Oh, come on, Fi. Don't just say not. Tell me where I'm wrong. Cheers, Mega Ice. Maybe a low A. I'm going to put him in low A for now, but we can maybe bump him to B. Now, I will say this, that I wouldn't necessarily say that a lot of the Overwatch personalities are like super unique. It's not like you're going to find an Overwatch personality that you're never going to find in any like literary. I'm not comparing Overwatch to like really good books or really good movies because obviously there's not really a good comparison. I think a lot of the characters in Overwatch are kind of caricatures, but I don't think that's. I mean, it's a video game, guys. Like it's not it's not War and Peace. You know what I'm saying? This isn't, the Grapes of Wrath or Steinbeck. This is it's just a video game. So I find Hanzo's personality a little more interesting than Bastion personally. Hanzo's too one note to be above B for me. I think there's more nuance in Overwatch 2 with some of his voice interactions. He definitely seems like he's softened up a little bit hesitantly, but that is a very fair criticism. Junkrat. Now, again, this is where I talked about like all right, hot take. This one you guys are gonna hate me for. They ruined him, guys. They ruined him. Obviously caricature, right? But they ruined him. Nah, you guys are tripping. He's not S tier in Overwatch 2. Bro, dude, think about what they've leaned into with Overwatch 2. He's a complete nutcase. He's like too nice in Overwatch 2. He's all like goofy and dumb. He's like dumb. I liked when he had a little bit of an edge and he was a little bit more intelligent in Overwatch 1. Put the whole cast in B tier. I mean, to be fair, that's kind of, but yeah, but like, I feel like they've taken a lot of an edge off of his personality. I think that he's a lot more, he gives the impression of being a lot stupider and a lot more well-meaning, which is like, I don't like that fiction. I want some attitude with it. Yeah, if I put everybody in B tier, we'll have to shift everything else. I would have said A tier, maybe even S in Overwatch 1. But they made him super vanilla. He's like so much less mean. Junkrat, they made him so much like more. He's an idiot. He's a dodo. Yeah, exactly. I mean, of course they made him goofy, but do they really lean into it? Everyone just makes fun of him.
He seems like he has a lot of
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I don't know. Well, we'll reevaluate. All right. Honestly, I might even put Bastion above Junkrat now. It's tragic. All right, Lucio. Guys, Lucio, what do we do? What? I don't know. I don't like his personality as much, but he does have a pretty good one. I don't like you very much. At least he's consistent. I don't know. I'm thinking like low B. A. I don't know what to do. I freaking hate this. The last dodo. Yeah. Maybe, dude. I'm gonna do it. I'm putting him in B. We're gonna have to readjust this. Oh gosh, guys, dude. I feel May's the same thing, bro. Cheers, mate. Dude, is May not like Genji? Like has serious trauma and is just nice about it? I just feel like May and Genji are just the same person. They've just been through some serious messed up stuff and then they're just kind of nice. I'm not saying that the personality is bad. It's just not a very interesting one. I don't know, bro. I don't know. Maybe don't focus on lore as much. But bro, the lore is the only thing that they have got going for them. Like, they don't have, if we didn't give lore, I'd just immediately drop May and Genji to like C tier. That's my point. Well, lore is part of it. It's just not the whole story. If lore was all of it, May and Genji would be like S tier. Voice acting is a factor, I think. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, see, even Mercy is the same thing. Like, I think Mercy is actually okay, personality-wise, but not super interesting either. Well, and okay, let's just go and get this one done. I get this one done. I mean, Mercy has a little bit of sauce. Mercy definitely has like kind of impatient, pretty intense. Like she's better than D.Va for sure. Farah is terrible. Farah is terrible. Farah has no personality. Tell me one thing about Farah's personality. Tell me one thing. I'm begging you to tell me what Farah's personality is. Yeah, exactly. Shoot, like there's just nothing there. D.Va's is like really annoying, but there's nothing there. She has a mother. Yeah, Kiriko. Yeah, exactly. I do not enjoy Farah at all. Reaper. I'm not as familiar with Reaper stuff. A tier. Maybe kind of feels like a more bitter, edgier Hanzo, less emotional, more bitter. Maybe he's like he's just very blunt. Yeah, blanking already A tier. yeah. It's just more interesting. I think Ryan is obviously S tier, definitely a caricature. But the funny thing about Ryan's caricature is Ryan's a caricature. And everybody in the game knows it, and it doesn't matter. Ryan rocks the caricature. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody knows he's a total cornball, but that's part of what makes it. Everybody, even in game, they know he's a cornball, but it's what makes him appealing. You know, it's not. You don't have to be a super nuanced. I have multiple layers to my personality. I'm a teenager, and you just don't understand me. Like, you don't need that to have an interesting personality. You could be a total caricature, but he's very genuine. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think it's good. And I actually think Roadhog is a solid B. I think Roadhog is a solid B. From the limited voice lines that we have a pretty good guess about. There's no guessing about like second guessing about what he is. I think Roadhog is okay. He's also racist to Omnix. That's true. Yeah. So yeah, a lot of things do have bigger personalities. That is true. What do you guys think about Roadhog? Roadhog is interesting to me. I think Roadhog can deserve a B. Again, we're gonna have to shift this all around. If B tier gets like super polluted, we'll have to move stuff up and down. I don't really see his identity either. That's a fair point. Yeah, he's definitely not very clear, but definitely seems like a little bit of a psychopath. Like he just doesn't care at all, like at all. Like Junkrat seems kind of like off his goop, but even in his Overwatch 1, seems like he was somebody who could like he probably had a heart. Roadhog, I don't even know. Roadhog is either like a giant softie inside or just total psychopath. Maybe a little bit of both. Yeah. Okay. What do you guys think about Soldier? We've got a lot of bitter old men. I got a lot of bitter old men. What's up, Young Humble?
Homework is cheeks.
Sorry. Dude, look. I don't know. Maybe like I don't find Soldier as interesting as Hanzo or Reaper. I'll say that. Maybe put him behind Cassidy. He's definitely not as interesting. He can't be above Bastion. Oh, I'm definitely going to split B tier, yeah. But I'm going with my heart right now. Soldier's terrible. Okay. But like doesn't own it. That's actually a fair criticism. Yeah, you guys are influencing me. Oh, bro, this guy wants to leave the Bastion alone, bro. Okay, Symmetra. I think Symmetra's kind of underrated. I like her sauce. Dude, no. I think Symmetra, at least in Overwatch 2, is a lot more saucier and a lot more confident and very direct. I think Symmetra is fairly unique. Nah, you guys are letting your character bias. You don't like the hero, but the character itself is pretty good personality, I feel like. She's like, do no harm, but she's got a little bit of a, I don't think she's girl boss. I don't get the impression that she's girl boss at all. Am I the only one? I don't get the impression that I understand the girl boss criticism, and that's why people like Farah and Kiriko do so low. But I don't get the impression that she's girl boss. I get the impression that she's very confident, like a Moira or an Ana, but I don't get the impression that she's girl boss. Life Weaver added a lot to her. That's true as well. I think so too. Okay, this is going to be spice, but I'm going to put her in either high B or low A. I know y'all are going to think that I'm cracked, but I think she's interesting, especially in Overwatch 2. I think she's only developed more. In Overwatch 1, probably a C. Honestly, a C. But in Overwatch 2, I think she's gotten better. She's a corporation. That's the thing, right? She does a lot of messed up. She's got some questionable takes for sure. She's got some super questionable takes. The whole thing about like order and stuff is like super sussy, That's what makes her interesting. Torb, Torb is just like more wholesome, more generic Reinhardt. Not a bad thing. I just don't think he's like as interesting. I think Torb is fine. Torb is just a genial, I would say like a B, to be honest. I don't find Torb that interesting. He's a little bit smarter than Reinhardt. He's a little bit more self-aware. I would say maybe low A or high B. What do you guys think? It seems a little bit smarter, like a little bit more self-aware in Overwatch 2. Reinhardt's totally lacks self-awareness. Yeah. I'm gonna put him in high B for now. I think we revisit. Okay. What's the deal with Tracer? Is she just like I don't know anything about Tracer at all. Like Tracer. I don't find her as interesting in Overwatch 2. I don't know where she's at. I really don't know here. Yeah, I will say that she does own the cringe. That is true. She's definitely cringy, but she's a lot. It fits her a lot better. I would say I'm thinking like high B or low A maybe. And Tracer lore does go deep. Yeah, that's true. I'll put her in low A for now. Yeah. I kind of find Widowmaker interesting. personally. She's definitely OTP, personality-wise, but it's unusual. It's unusual. It's not something that you see, at least I've seen a lot in like total psychopath. No, but yet somehow very self-aware, right? Very self-aware. Very good backstory. But like I said, very self-aware. It's like she knows, but it doesn't matter. Well, the point, Lunatic, is that I think there's a clear gap for me between like a Cassidy and a Genji, at least right now. Yeah. Maybe A. I think A tier. I think I would put her here. Okay, I'm gonna do it, guys. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna commit the crime. I'm gonna commit the war crime. I'm gonna commit the war crime. He's just a less interesting Reinhardt. maybe B tier with backstory. Maybe the B tier with backstory, but he's just not that interesting, guys. He's just not that interesting. He just isn't that interesting. There just isn't a lot there. Like he's a nice guy and he's very brave, and it's just not that interesting. No, I'm not. It's the thing. Yeah, you'd hang out with him, but like in terms, like I wouldn't hang out with Reaper or Widow, but yeah. Yeah, no, deconcentrate. The reason why Reinhardt is like that is because I think somebody was saying earlier he hasn't like processed his whole PTSD. He's just kind of like, oh, just keep going, guys. Everything's fine. Yeah. Yeah. I think either low B, high C. We'll reevaluate. Zarya. Zarya is like, I would say C tier as well. She's just like soldier to me. She's fine. She does fine, but there's nothing super interesting about Zarya. She's enjoyable enough, but there's just nothing to her. Yeah. She's not cringe, but I don't enjoy her personality. Kind of feels like the soldier category, Just fits the niche. Zen, I think, is overrated. I think Zen is good, and I'm a Zen abuser. Zen is my main, has been for a long time. But I will put Zen in a low A or high B. I just don't. I think he's interesting. Nah, dude, no. But he's. I don't find him as interesting. I don't find him as interesting. Like that's kind of what we're going for here. This isn't like a personality tier list, in terms of like how good are their personalities, like objectively good, because otherwise Widow and Reaper would be like an F tier. They're awful, right? But it's like how interesting, right? Zen's interesting. I think. Was it the thing with Mondada and the PvE that was interesting with him? But I don't think he's S tier. Personality wise, it's just not as interesting to me. Yeah. Right. What deconcentrated? Exactly. Right. It's the same with Winston. Winston's like a really great guy, but just not super interesting. This is more interesting personality tier list, guys. This is more interesting personality tier list. Like, for example, when you're rating movies that you enjoy, you rate movies that resonate with you emotionally, generally, highly. Even if they're not always great emotions. Like a horror movie could be really high on your list, even though it scares the crap out of you. Because it resonates with you. It provokes something good or bad in you a lot. And that's kind of what I'm trying to do with this tier list, right? These guys just don't really do anything to me at all, right? And these guys kind of do a little bit of something. This is definitely, it makes me pay attention to what they're saying. Like, for example, this could be a tier list of like, when this player says a voice line, how much attention are you paying to what they're being said? Not always. That's not a perfect metric, but it's kind of get what I'm saying. Like, I want to know what Reaper and the Widow interaction is. You know, I don't give a frick what Pharah and D.Va say to each other. It's not going to be anything. Or in Kiriko, I'd prefer to go deaf over here what Kiriko has to say. You know, Reinhardt because, you know, oh, funny, he's going to say something funny. Zen because he's going to say something to take note of. Hanzo because it's going to be deep. Tracer because it might have to do with the lore. It's kind of saying, I do think Ana is S tier. I think Ana might even be above Reinhardt. I think Ana is just like, she's processed everything as best as she can. She's done some not super great things. She's trying to do the right thing. She's been through a lot. She's very mature about it. I think Ana is really good. Ana is really good. She's not just the mother. She is not just the mother with an edge. She is a lot more than that. Nah. You guys haven't paid attention to enough voice lines. I play enough Ana. The voice interactions show that there's a lot of complexity with her character. Not just an edgy mama. I didn't know that. No, actually. Right. She's accepted who she is. She's not, she's, I think there's a lot of nuance there. Hey, listen to that, Grandma. Y'all have just y'all are tank mains PTSD from Sleep Dart. Ama, an Egyptian. Cool. Trust me, I'm Arab and I think Ana's brain. I mean, fair point. Like this is as close to a subjective tier list as you possibly can. I think there's some things that are objective about this, little details, but very little of this is going to be objective. I think Spyro just likes old people. Okay, listen, okay? I'm not saying nothing, okay? Sombra? I don't know. I feel like she's kind of taking a nosedive. It almost feels like there's so many of these female characters that just feel like they go out of their way to be annoying. Like, why, guy? Why do they, like, I guess she's more personality than D.Va and Pharah, but like, why are there so many female characters that go out of their way to be fun, like, be annoying? Maybe low C because she is actually funny sometimes. Her whole point is being annoying, though. Yeah, but she doesn't rock it as well as Tracer. And I don't know. So, and I think she's also not as good in as new stuff. I'm not as good for it. Yeah, I'm gonna put her in low C. That's true, Mega Ice. That's true. I don't know. Okay, Orisa, like F tier in Overwatch 1, but now she's a lot more interesting. Low B. Yeah, she's definitely more interesting in Overwatch 2. She's what is a Genji voice interaction? Oh, they get the javelin. Whatever that voice line, it cracked me up, dude. First time I heard that. Yeah, they get the javelin. That was excellent. I was great. Yeah, I think she's interesting enough. I'll put her in low B for now. That might be C in a second once we shake this all out. Doomfist I find relatively interesting. Start running, right? Yeah. Doom has to be, I think, either high B or low A. Yeah, actually, you know what? Yeah, Doom is pretty good. Dang, dude. I don't know. Doom is definitely A. He's a little over the top for sure, but you can say that about some of the A. I think A. He's just such a hard read, you know? Like, I don't know, like what's going on in his brain? You know what I'm saying? You don't know. And if the thing is, it's not like Kiriko or Pharah where you don't think there's anything going on in there, or Soldier. It's only one thing going on there. It's like what's his motivation? You know what I'm saying? He seems like so cold, and yet you feel like he feels a little like Hanzo, but harder to read. You know? Like, what are your motivations? I feel like it's not just selfish. I don't think it's selfishly motivated. I think that there's something going on, you know? Yeah, exactly, Depreece. Yeah. I like Doomfist a lot. I just think it's a little like Reinhardt. It's a little like Reinhardt where, yeah, she's not the most complicated person in the world. Let's be honest. She's going to do it and you're going to deal with it. But she just does it so well. It's just so funny. Dude, I can't help it. All the old people are funny. Dude, Moira's just so saucy, man. She's just like, her delivery is so good. And the voice acting is, oh my gosh, is so good. Did you know that her voice actor or actress is the Mon Mothma in Star Wars? In the newer Star Wars, the younger Mon Mothma. But she's just great, man. She's great. It's the best part about her character is her yeah, and Andor, yeah. Just so good. I mean, come on, guys. It's also not an accident that all these guys are like really good voice acting too. Also, these guys too. I mean, are any of these mid voice acting? I don't think any of them. I think these are all great voice acting, right? All of them are great. Let's talk about how I'm going to use you. In the upcoming battle, I mean, perhaps. Yeah, exactly. Come on, man. That's gold. All of her combat voice lines go so hard, too. Okay. Brig has matured a little bit. Brig was yet another cringy, corny. I just, no. But I do think Brig has matured a little bit more. I think Brig is like a solid C. Maybe like, I see Brig like Winston. I see like Brig like Winston, to be honest with you. But not, yeah, a little bit below Winston, I would say. They're both lame in a good way. Yeah. And we know more about her personality. I mean, part of this might also just be the lore is not as developed in some of these characters, you know? She could be good, exactly. Yeah. I do think Hammond is S tier. I think Hammond is a variation of the Moira. I think Hammond is a variation of the Moira. Again, he's got the sauce. There's not a lot else to him, but that's all he needs. I think with Hammond, though, maybe I'm being super corny. I don't want to be like, reading way too much into it. But like, man, I don't want to be like some Tumblr, like, theory crafter here. But it feels like Hammond has like a little bit of like, he's like, I feel like, I don't know, Hammond feels like he got burned by somebody. You know what I'm saying? I feel like Hammond got his feelings hurt and is like kind of like taking it out. You know what I'm saying? Maybe that's just me. Oh, wait, it was. Okay, so yeah. Yeah. I feels like he's taking it out on somebody. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I think Hammond is a bit of a product of his environment, and a bit of bitterness, but he doesn't seem like a bad guy, but he's just freaking hilarious. Moira is just through and through evil, but Ball is pretty great. Yeah, I think Ball is a good one. And of course, the voice acting is just phenomenal, and the fact that it's literally a guy making the whistle noises is just crazy. Ashe Ash does the whole Sombra Pharah thing, but better. But better, I think. I think probably B tier. And I feel like her motivations are also a little more complex. I think her app voice acting is pretty good. She doesn't have a lot of other ties to lore. That's her biggest weakness. It's hard to know what her deal is. You're hurting over here. I would say like C tier or low B. Yeah, Ash's voice actress has done a ton of voice acting. She's one of the biggest voice actresses in the world. We've probably heard her in a trillion things. I would say it's okay. I think she is lacking a lot of nuance. And dude, I will say this: it's kind of annoying to me that like there's only like, okay, you know what? Maybe there are more female characters than I thought, but it's annoying like how I feel like this is more bottom heavy than it should be. Maybe that's just me. There's too many. This is just like lazy to me. Come on, especially Kiriko. Like there's like you could just blame this on early character design, like not hitting it right on. But Faraz had no personality development whatsoever. And freaking Kiriko, come on, guys. Like why we're not gonna girl boss, guys. Come on, guys. We're better than that, right? We're better than that. No girl bosses in my Overwatch 2. Come on, guys. You have some amazing characters here, and you girl boss. Like, come on. BAP is an A. BAP is an A. I wouldn't say S tier, but I think BAP is an A. Pretty saucy. He's likable. He's funny. He's pretty snarky. BAP is going to be a super controversial. I know some of you guys are going to be like, BAP is super boring. BAP is super interesting. But I think he's just a less interesting version of some of the characters that we have up here. Like BAP is like a younger, less interesting, less road beaten up Ana. Imagine Baptiste when older. He's going to act a little bit like Ana, but right now he's just not quite as interesting. He's not quite as layered. Yeah, he does have Riz. Yeah, ceiling enjoyer. But the thing with BAP's personality is that's mostly ironic. That's the thing. He's just doing it to be. He's just doing it just because he thinks it's funny. You know, he's not serious about like the you know. BAP is self-aware, right? Exactly. Okay, I mean, I think, okay, guys, please don't make fun of me. Please don't make fun of me. Please don't make fun of me. I just think Sigma's great. I know there's like old people up here, but dude, he's legitimately insane. They took a little bit of his edge off of him, which annoys me. I think Sigma could be the best character in the game if they hadn't made him a little bit like kind of like, ooh. But to be fair, some of his more like pleasant voice interactions are not bad. The Mercy, you guys have heard the voice. Yeah, yes, the Iris we've met is hilarious. And it's kind of sad, you know, and the interaction with Mercy, you guys have seen the Mercy one, right? You've seen the Mercy one, right? Where he's like, oh, he just completely remember and he just forgets everything. And he goes, but Sigma or whatever what's his name is like, that was years ago. Oh yeah. He's just kind of, so he's like, even though he's a little bit less insane, he's a lot sadder, I think. He's a lot sadder than he was in Overwatch 1, I think. So it's like he loses some edge, but he gains some like, dude, that's actually sad, you know? Release me, yeah, that's intense. Yeah, I think, yeah. I do enjoy me some Sigma. Echo's okay. Echo's pretty inoffensive. Echo's inoffensive. I think like here. I agree. Interesting story, but her ult, the ult lines are interesting. No, I haven't, Pear. I'm gonna be honest, like, this is far from perfect. Yeah, we got a few more, then we gotta go. Sojourn. I think Sojourn's kind of underrated. I think she's pretty boring, but I find her, I don't know why I find Sojourn so likable. I think she's kind of boring, but she's like so likable. I don't know why. I might have to be a little bit biased here. She's like the most likable, boring personality out there. She's just super chill. Yeah, she is super chill, you know? I think that people are gonna be like, oh, C D tier, but dude, I don't know. I don't know why. I like her. I'm putting her in B tier, but I think it's all right. I like Sojourn. I've always liked Sojourn. She's a straight woman in a world of crazy characters, right? She's just like, yo, you guys are crazy. Like, this is, I don't know. I think, but see, this is where like the bias comes in, because you guys are like, oh, crazy, insane characters only get S tier only. But sometimes just a straight man played really well is really good, and I think that, and I think her voice acting is good as well. I think she does a good job. I enjoy it. He was like an old person. You guys are getting cooked, man. All right, Junker Queen. Everybody knows crazy character equals S tier. But I do think that they do a good job with her. She's just so likable, so just, and again, you don't know what her motivations are. I don't even know if, I feel like she's like a slightly less nice Reinhardt. Maybe low A because there isn't as much nuance with her with Reinhardt, but I also think it's just because there's not as much lore development. Yeah, that's true, Anima. That's true. I think a solid A. I think a solid A just because she lacks the nuance that some of the other characters has. She just doesn't have anything yet. We'll hold off, but we'll see. We could bump her up, but for right now, she's just A. She's just cool. She is super one-dimensional. Yeah, 100%. All right, you guys are convincing me. I'll put her right in front of Baptiste. All right, here we go, guys. I mean, you know it. You know it's coming. Like, honestly, Ram's just past Ryan. I think Ram above Ryan. Honestly, yeah, I could see Sigma above on it. Dude, Ram is just like, yeah, Ram is good. Ram is the bad guy that like he's just great. He has very, very complicated, the motives are there. The voice acting is on point. The synergy with his cooldowns and interactions is really good. I really think Ramattra. I don't like Ramattra as a character design very much, but his whole like personality and floor, it's just amazing. It makes me so sad. He even looks sick. You know, it's just I think they kind of dropped the ball in the development section. He does have that passion. You know, your miscalculation will cost you everything, dude. Dude, you could put like the top 50, 40 voice lines, and Ram would have like 10 of them. 12 of them, just himself would have like 10 of them. It's vengeance and passion, but it's calculated. It's calculated, you know? He's just ice cold about his emotions. And I think that's what he's not emotionless like Widowmaker. He's not emotional like Reinhardt or Reaper. He's emotional, but with a a delivery that feels emotionless, which fits exactly with his character design. He's a robot, you know? So it's crazy. I think Ram is above Zen. So, okay, Life Weaver. I would have dropped him really low early on. I found him insufferable. Just obnoxious. But I think that spending more time listening to more of his voice lines, he does seem a little bit more self-aware with it. So I'm going to bump him into C tier. I still find him insufferable, but at least he's self-aware. He's self-aware. There's not a lot to him. I also like that he has the whole like the chaos, embrace the chaos, anti-synergy with Symmetra, which is interesting. I think some of his best interactions are with Symmetra. But he's just a troll and he knows it. And yeah,
Why did you put
Ball is a great personality.
No, I hate him.
Widow player doesn't like Ball. Shocker.
I would honestly put her down there.
Iyari is tough because she's just a kid, you know?
Love you.
Love you too. Drive safe. I think she has potential. I think she has potential. I'll put her in just low. I'll put her in low C tier and just let her cook. She's just young. She just came out. She's very one-dimensional. She's very upset. Real men, when they wipe out their entire civilization, take it on the chin. She just can't handle that, I guess. But no, she's clearly like very upset and like trying to live with that. Give her some time to develop. We'll see what happens. Yeah, real dudes. It's fine. Yeah. I hope she ends up in Talon. Yo, chat. What if she ends up in Talon, bro? That would be what if she ends up in Talon and gets used by somebody and then becomes bitter? Like, dude, it could be like a little budget Darth Vader kind of a thing, you know? That would be tier immediately. That would be super interesting. Yeah. So yeah, it feels like the one-dimensional characters are less interesting, especially when they're not done as well. But one-dimensional does not mean that you can't be interesting. Case in point, Reinhardt can be very interesting. Also to a lesser extent, I think Ball. What if she becomes bitter? Dude, isn't it great? We're wishing trauma. Dude, what if she got traumatic? What if she got the trauma? What if she had PTSD, guys? Oh, let's go! PTSD! Mental trauma! Agony! Yes, guys! Yes! I feel like we're playing like, what if she... Oh, dude, it'd be so sick. Yeah, dude, it's terrible. Dude, what if she killed somebody? On purpose, though, this time. Oh! Iyari seems very vulnerable right now. Easy to manipulate. Yeah, exactly. That's 100%. Yeah, dude. Now, the real question is, before we get into our Al analysis here, which personality am I? Go ahead. Which personality am I? Is it the fury and the passion and the competence of Ramatra? The maturity and the humor of Ana? Is it the competence and inscrutability of Doomfist? Is it the Riz of Batiste? Is it the deadly good looks of Hanzo? Or Cassidy? I think, by the way, we can move Cassidy up to A tier here just to balance things out, because this seems pretty fair. Here we go. Man, come on. I'm sorry, I'll redeem the hydrate. Sorry. The fury of ram width and the intelligence of a hamster. All right. Well, that was actually pretty fun. That was fun. I was a little concerned because it's like everyone's mid, but then everything it kind of balanced out here. I think this is pretty decent for a first time through. Nope, unsubbed, unfollowed, blocked. Dang it, dude. Ask chat if Bastion should be hard. Do you have a poster of like Bastion in your bedroom? All right, cheers, Alphabet. Do you not? That's a good question. I don't at the moment. I have a Lego set. The Lego skin is pretty banger. Yeah. Kiriko is love. You have a really low bar. Kiriko is the type of person that would be like r/relationship advice. If you got in a relationship with Kiriko, you're posting on r/relationship advice on the daily. I'm getting insulted again by my significant other. My significant other is implying that I can't cook. My significant other just pieced out. Cinematic Kiriko though? Yeah, Cinematic Kiriko, different story. Cinematic Kiriko probably bumps to a C or a low B. Because it's not something that we have in Overwatch. It's a genuinely, male or female. We do not have a really sweet person in Overwatch. Besides maybe Winston. I guess Winston counts. Yeah, Winston's a sweet guy. But there aren't a lot of really sweet, kind, super, super considerate characters. Tracer is pretty sweet. That's true. Tracer's got a little bit of an edge, though. May. Actually, you know what? May and Winston are pretty close. That's true. That's true. Brig to an extent, too. Real Seki. Bastion is sweet. That's true. Weaver is not sweet. Cheers for the continued gifts of Jack Attacks and Relax. Appreciate it, mate. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there are a few sweet characters. Junkrat is not sweet. Junkrat has just lost control of his ability to communicate and process things. Junkrat is accidentally sweet, which is why I'm like so annoyed. It would have been so nice if he had like some character development, and he'd shoot, but no, it's just he sniffed too much glue. That's Junkrat's character arc. All right, guys, let's do this. Let me change stream title here. You want your Bastion? We're gonna get your Bastion right here, mate. Yeah, Junkrat was making protein shakes with Gorilla Glue for like years. That Junkrat was Junkrat put the glue in before he poured the milk for breakfast. Okay, Junkrat, thoughts on who are you? Yeah, sure, okay, whatever. I mean, this is the Mickey Mouse League, so sure, whatever, mayhem, I guess. Yeah, I was hard. Okay, now let's talk about what we're about to see here. So if you guys don't want spoilers, you came to the wrong place. We're gonna spoil everything. I mean, how could you not have it spoiled by now? London is going to Toronto. London's going to Toronto. Toronto is not going to Toronto. Unless they're already in Toronto, in which case they are staying in Toronto and not going to Toronto. So anyway, long story short, London wins 3-1. Spoiler alert. But this is a really cool match because this might be the last time that we see compositions like these for a little bit. Might be the last time that anything specifically like this meta is going to be here. So I want to not just analyze the match. I want to analyze the compositions a little bit just to see if there's anything that we can learn just for fun. The meta is going to shift a little bit with this this new patch. Word on the street is Zarya is playable for a lot of these compositions. I would be shocked if we didn't see more Ryan from London, but I do think if they do play Ryan, if Zarya is in play, then we'll probably see this sucker right here instead of Symmetra, just because the Mei wall is really valuable for winning cooldown trades in the Zarya, and Mei is really freaking good versus Zarya. It's just a free Zarya bubble basically every time you use Mei wall, which is a really good cooldown value, plus damage, and Blizzard is good, and so on. Now, Zarya can play around it, but Mei is better than Symmetra. So we might see, I would be surprised if we continued to see Bastion, but I would be shocked if we saw this exact lineup in a nutshell. I think this is going to depend more on what they play versus. Is Mei Reaper possible with Bastion nerfs? Yes. Remind me, what was the Bastion nerf? What was the Bastion nerf? Chat, what was the Bastion nerf? They did nerf Bastion, right? It was tiny though, right? It was the headshot and the stupid ultimate or whatever. Yeah, but what was it? I know the tiny nade nerf, but what was it? Was it 10 damage? Impact damage, yeah. So nothing huge though. Nothing huge. But it's something. Okay. So I think like we could still see Bastion. I think we could just be like May Bastion, you know? I think that's something that has very good potential. Now, what I'm interested to know is how much Genji we see, because Genji is going to be obviously strong with Zarya, but he's not amazing. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. So we'll wait and see what the meta is. It will still one-shot 1-3 winner, yeah. I feel like this playstyle was way much more lenient. Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is like London has found a way to play a very, very, very teamwork heavy, group up, rotating, that kind of thing, composition, and also playing to the strengths, right? A Backbone is going to pick up a weird niche hero well. He's just got to be good at, like, if Torb, Junkrat, or any of those characters got to be meta, I think Backbone would probably find a way to do well in those characters. And he was really good, not just in terms of strategy, he was also quite good mechanically. Obviously, good character for Hadi, good character for Admiral, good character for Landon. And I think Sparker did a fine job. Obviously, it's Bastion. It's not exactly the most layered and complicated character of all time. Hey, Taryn, thanks for the sub, mate. Appreciate it. But he did well. And he also did quite well so far. So, yeah, let's take a look here. Now, I want to figure out why my audio is not playing here. Okay, I'm going to turn this down just a little bit so there's not an echo. Okay, how's that audio level for you guys? Let me turn it down a little bit. I want it to be just audible. What do you guys think? Wait, now it's gone. Is it audible? 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing.
Yeah, you use the Lucio to just get a little bit of a speed boost. You switch back immediately to the alarm.
I think it's okay. You guys are baiting me. Okay, can't hear it at all. Okay, maybe I'll turn it up just a tad then. Barely audible.
Yeah,
Okay, I'll turn it up just a little bit more then. Okay, so main thing here is how does this matchup play up? Like, how do these compositions? So first off, let's just analyze London's composition. This is extremely frontline buster, a lot of tank pressure, a lot of tank damage. But the key thing here is that with the teleporter, you have the opportunity to be able to teleport and rotate so that the front line of the enemy team has a much harder time avoiding your LOS. In other words, you could play a corner to hide from all these characters' damage. The TP allows you to adjust your off angle and to adjust your angle and put pressure from another angle. It could be all of you guys. It could just be the Symmetra. It could be the Ryan Bastion. The Symmetra stays behind. It could be everybody but the backline. There's just a lot of rotation opportunities. Now, that's ignoring the fact that they can also speed up, group up in speed, and just push people at the same time. Now, the key thing that you guys have to understand with Ryan Bastion is that you do not need the Bastion to get kills off of the turret form. That is nice, but it doesn't have to happen. Indirect value through forcing Javelin Spin is a big one. Fortify is an even bigger one. Lamp is obviously huge. Shift is huge. The enemy Bastion form is huge. Maywall in ×2 because of the ice block as well. So really, you got 2 cooldowns here. You got the Bastion form here. You got 2 cooldowns here. You got, shift, whatever, turret, lamp speed if they're on Lucio, lamp shift. There's so many cooldowns that you can force. And that allows you that even if you don't have your Bastion form, you could take the brawl fight afterwards and have an advantage in that cooldown trade. And what the Reinhardt allows in this mirror is the Reinhardt has something that can actually push in and brawl better on the backline than the Orisa. It's a little bit more consistent because he has pin. He has a little bit more flexibility. You won't see that very often, but it's there. And then the, what am I saying here? The shield, obviously, right? It allows him to win the frontline trades a little bit easier because while Orisa can Javelin spin for her Bastion, it's not quite as consistent. Now, what the Orisa does provide is she's a lot more consistent at keeping herself alive. Reinhardt, you're going to notice something if you watch these matchups. The amount of times where teams were shooting Rein Shield over other targets probably was confusing to you. Because if you've seen any of mine videos, you talk about don't shoot the tank, don't shoot the tank, don't shoot the tank. The reason why teams were spending so much time putting pressure on Rein Shield is because that's one of the fewer, more permanent resources. If somebody's near, like, point blank on a cover, any spam damage you do to them, even if they are squishy, may or may not matter that much because these teams weren't exactly poking very heavily. So if you tickle the BAP, you tickle the Sim, you tickle the Bastion, maybe it doesn't really affect the brawl fight that much because BAP's just going to heal it back up again. But when the brawl fight starts, if the Rein Shield is at 600 instead of 1200. That's a big deal. That's a big advantage to your Bastion composition for winning the actual cooldown trade. What it is that this composition is so cyclical that it's actually not as important to poke on squishies pre-fight. It's more important to try to force a cooldown or burn shield because it's a little bit more permanent than HP. And I know that's weird, but that's how it works. Now, the Mei, wall off Ryan, force shield, wall off Bastion, force resources. The Idiari is just hero pick. It means that you can't exactly push or pull as much. Kite or push. You're basically where you're at is where you're at. But it does mean that you have a bit of an off angle to put out some extra offensive pressure. Now, the problem with the Idiari is that if somehow London finds a safe angle to TP onto, and they get on top of backline, there is no speed to disengage that. There is no speed to disengage because your Idiari is on the flank. In fact, Idiari cannot peel for Baptiste at all, outside of some very, very specific niche circumstances. So it really exposes Ultraviolet to being teleported on over and over and over and over again if they misplay at all. So not only does Majid need to put out early pressure, but Majid also needs to punish really easily because Majid can be TP'd on too, right? But if they TP onto anywhere else, Majid must be able to rotate quickly enough to go and punish and continue shooting because they have to punish the TP. Bat first ult can be really important, right? So, you have mobility with both of these characters, which makes them a little bit tricky to TP onto. And you do have good punish with the characters with the damage that they have. Like they can punish if they TP on this, they can punish if they TP on that. But it is a little bit tricky. I think my heart says that London's comp is better if both are played reasonably well. I think old economy is a big factor in there as well. Idiari ultimate definitely has its downfalls. You guys, we've talked about this before. It's just a very inconsistent ultimate. It doesn't matter how well you place it. It's just very hard. I think that just having beat is such a big deal. I think Simwall is also phenomenal. I think Blizzard is really good too, but Simwall is just as good, if not even better. Not be better to just run Zen. Well, the problem with running Zen is that you need supports that you cannot TP on. And Iliari is not easy to TP on. You can TP on her, but you can't consistently kill her. So yes, you can TP on a Baptiste. Yes, you can TP on an Iliari, but they have the mobility and the cooldowns to survive a decent amount of time. There isn't another support that would fit this role. In fact, the only support that would fit this role would be a Kiriko instead of the Iliari. And the reason why you may not run Kiriko is the fact that they think that the Iliari just does more damage. And I think they're probably right. I think that the Kiriko would be a lot harder to kill. It'd be basically impossible to kill, but I don't think the damage would be as relevant. But I think the Kiriko could theoretically work here. I just don't think it'd be very good. So yeah, hero strengths, it can work. They don't want to play into London's strengths. And I think one little storyline that I'm going to lay out, because I did watch this game. Whenever I watch games, I mostly watch them relatively casually. I don't study them like I do now. But my impression was not that Ultraviolet played poorly. I saw a lot of comments about how Ultraviolet was feeding. Ultraviolet was feeding is the worst. But I think Ultraviolet is probably the best flex support in the entire in the West. I think it's the best EU NA flex support. I don't think there's any argument for that, to be honest with you. I think that is revisionist history. I think he's played well through Toronto's entire season. Even when Toronto was playing poorly, I think he was by far the best player on their team, at least most consistent performance. And I think he's a phenomenal Baptiste. I think his cooldown management is really good. I think RuPaul is second best. I think RuPaul's phenomenal, but I think RuPaul is second best. I think it's close. And I would never, ever, ever trust myself to vote on either of those two if it actually came to like an MVP voting, right? I would need to study a lot more VODs, but from what I know. So I'm curious to see what my impression was I think Hydran got picked early a lot. I think the team play from London was the biggest thing. It's always the thing with London. Like when London turns up with their team play, with the Symmetra going back and forth and the ultimates, London is just better. They're just better when it comes to the team play. They're just better coordinated. Their fight planning is just more consistent. They just win fights off that. And I think that there were more fights where Backbone hit a right click at an opening pick than Spectre hit a right click, or Magid hit a headshot, or Hydran hits a grenade. I think Backbone gave a lot of opening picks. And that was a huge reason why London won a lot of fights. And I also think that there was a lot of inconsistency with, I think Magid was too quiet. I want to know why. Magid is a phenomenal player and a great guy. But I want to know if it was an individual thing. And I also feel like Spectre was really quiet this match too. I felt like the May wall value, the Blizzard value I think was okay considering the composition you're playing into. It can be a little tricky to get Blizzard value, but I think the May wall value was very inconsistent. My bar is high because you look at somebody like Checkmate, you look at somebody like Backbone, unbelievable May players. But okay, let's take a look. So. First things first, the Orisa kind of plays like a DPS in terms of disruption. So you can kind of see how aggressively the Orisa and May are playing. They're trying to get early pressure here. Now, the danger here is that, obviously the May is not going to be able to disrupt or stop the teleporter as well, and that they could TP on and kill the backline. The nice thing, though, is that they are in a position where they can pincer push from behind and maybe catch the backline. Now, the only problem that I see now is potentially that, by the way, I didn't see all of this match, and I forgot a lot of the details. But how could Ryan possibly work against this enemy composition? You guys are transferring your ranked experience with an Overwatch League coordinated environment. Reinhardt would struggle immensely if you subtracted one of these characters. If you subtracted this and replaced it with a Torbjorn, Ryan would have a hard time. If you subtracted this and replaced it with a Zenyatta, Ryan would have a hard time. If you subtracted this and put this with an Iliari, Ryan would have a hard time. It is the combination of things that enables Reinhardt: the speed, the ability to teleport, the extra healing, all of those things, the bastion of his own to break shield war that allows it. Am I a socialist? You guys are killing me. Okay, first things first. Magid stacked with backline, scary. Fake TP, that's going to force turret, and they have to respect it because the TP is so freaking close, right? And then we might see a counter push. Yeah, so do you see that? No teleporter, no take. Baited fortify maybe? Definitely baited turret for him. And the key thing is are they going to be the teleport before they get it back? They actually wait for the point to unlock. Nice javelin. There's a teleport. Magid, May on the floor, Bap on the angle. They fake the TP, amp speed. Now, this is the key thing here. I want you guys to watch very carefully. The timing of this push is very important. This is the timing. Why do London push now? London pushes now because of this. This is why. It's a 5v4. So it's going to be almost impossible. Like if this is Backbone or Checkmate, I'm going to be a little bit rude here, but I think they get this May wall right here. I think they maybe get this May wall. I think they get this May wall. But if they don't, if Spectre does not get this May wall, it's over. It should be over. Should be. Early fire strike, big amp. I don't even know what hit Magid. Maybe it was a right click. Maybe it was, he's literally one shot. I want you guys to understand, Magid was feeding this match. I want you guys to watch Magid's HP here. Watch it. Literally one shot. Actually, 0.01, like 0.1 seconds. Literally one shot. I'm not sure if it was a right click plus a fire strike. I'm not sure if it was a bastion grenade, but he was literally one shot. Yeah, we'll go back and we'll look, but in general, I'm not going to obsess with the details as much. Yeah, it was a bastion grenade, so you can see the old charge. Yep. It's not even like target focus. They just threw it at that direction. They were too clumped. I think Magid could have rotated a little bit better there, but yeah. So Lamp is forced, and Sparker does get picked off. I want you to notice something here. Spectre gets the heck off of point and pushes forward. Because he knows he has to. So Spectre will die for it, but that's going to kill off Sparker. That takes a lot of the teeth out. And there are 3 people still alive. There's the turret form. There is the back window in response. Hottie is totally LOS. He's trying to TP them out. Backbone's stuck. And he has to move because Orisa swings wide. He can't get healing from Baptiste because Baptiste can't heal him without peeking back window, plus Bastion Grenade. And then there's the death. And that's it. So the back window from London, kind of not the best. It doesn't get a lot of value there. They're not able to get the follow-up pick that they needed. Toronto is able to use their back window to zone off and then win it out. And Spectre does a great job pushing back in on the angle, a clearing point as fast as he can. Would have been better for Toronto to give up the high ground and go into a 5v5? No, I don't think so. I think you know, if you give London the entire high ground for free, I think it gets kind of messy. I think it's like I think what Spectre just needed to hit the wall, and I think Magic could have spaced himself a little bit better.
This Bastion has been such a big difference maker. Usually.
What was the question about pharmacy? Because the problem is with pharmacy is that you still have somebody slow. You still have somebody slow. Somebody's going to get TP'd on, even if it's not the Pharah. And when old economy comes online, this deals with pharmacy, this deals with pharmacy, this ultimate deals with pharmacy, this ultimate deals with pharmacy, this ultimate deals with pharmacy. Worst case scenario, they go like Sombra or Tracer, and it's fine. Which patch is Al playing on? This is previous patch. Playoffs will be on current patch.
Like a Sojourn, Hanzo. You might see Hydron pick some sort of
the TP, I think the TP was to go across. Yeah, so the TP to cross here. They're going to use Iliari ultimate just to kind of open up the fight. Maybe a little bit early. Nice bank shot there. That's going to cause a nice little split. They're going to try and push off of that. The Mei wall splits off the Lucio, it looks like. Yeah, so the Mei wall is okay. It's not high value to wall off Lucio, but it's something. There's the explosion off of the ultimate. The Orisa is pushing. The problem is it's just so easily caught by London. That's the problem. Do you guys kind of see what I'm saying? I don't. The problem with, okay, so here's the value out of starting with Iliari ultimate. You zone the enemy team or you force them into an awkward split. That's fine. But the problem is how do you push that split right now? Do you see what's wrong with our screen right now? It's just the Orisa. She's not going to be able to kill these guys. You don't have any pincer from this side. Your Bastion is across the map. I actually honestly think that, man, I don't know what the solution is here. You would need something like the bat, like Hydron on the opposite high ground to like bank a nade from behind here and bounce it here for you guys to finish off a kill. You something like that. Because this is, oh yeah, Landon builds ultimate really fast off of that shift. Because now you're seeing Spectra and Orisa trying to push. But the problem is that they don't have any teeth. Your Bastion and your Baptiste are doing nothing. Your Iliari doing nothing. They don't have sightlines. And so what happens is then Backbone uses Sim Wall and it's over. The push is over. There is nothing. And so Toronto goes uno, dos, tres to finish off the fight, which is not a terrible decision. I understand, but it hurts. It hurts. The fact that you had to use 3-4 ultimates to win a fight when you were holding point. And that's the problem. Like you needed to, if that's going to work, you have to be there earlier. Like the only really play that they needed to move Kaluj to here. But then they open as soon as TP is used, they move Kaluj to here. And then they use Iliari ultimate, and Kaluj can just immediately go in and make it immediately go in, something like that. It has to be fast, because obviously if you get too far forward, then they're going to TP past you. So I think Orisa may have to be super responsive to the TP cycles about how and when you push, because otherwise you're reaching so far to get to London. You just don't have any, I hate to use the word, guys, you don't have any angles. You have no angles to push this. So London just holds shield, London uses lamp, and you can't finish the kill. How do you decide when the old eco investments are worth in these scenarios? I think it's not something. It's something that you have to. You can't in the moment. You just have to go. I think you just need to win the fight. To be honest with you, got more value with Genji against this comp. I don't think that's a hot take. I don't think that's a hot take. I think Genji provides exactly what we complained about right there, right? Which is the ability to set up an off angle and pincer and not having the mobility so that he can reach further away, right? I just don't know if it lined up with their character strengths. I don't think Genji is better or worse. I think Genji covers that weakness that we're concerned about. And that's why a lot of teams were running Genji here. There's a TP out at the choke. Spectre's out in the open and gets literally deleted. Doesn't even get a chance to ice block. And it's so close, guys, because you're asking, why does he not ice block? If Spectre uses ice block right now, he is dead. I'm going to be very clear. If Spectre uses ice block right now, he is dead. Because what's going to happen is this he's going to ice block, and then they're going to push him with Bastion form, and he's done. And they have nothing to stop him. So he's trying to greed his wall, but he's just a little bit slow in the rotate. It's not even that big of a mistake. It's not even that big of a mistake. It's just a phenomenal punish from Landon. Some great mechanics. That's why you put effort into your Bastion ultimates, ladies and gentlemen. It's always a cost when you're not shooting somebody as Bastion. But look at this, free lamp. Right there. And that's it. And then that's going to kill Ultraviolet because the Bastion nade. I don't think Toronto wins this, but Toronto could have disengaged this and re-engaged. And that option is now completely gone because Sparker hit a really nice ultimate. Sparker has the best Bastion ultimates, I think, in the world. At least in Overwatch League. What's up, Fallen Names? Nope, me? Maybe. A jab is just a short push. A jab is a short push where you're not fully committing, but you're trying to scare. I haven't seen Edison, so I will admit ignorance in that. Man, free fight win. Free fight win. It's hard because these guys are so good at fake TPing, you know? So you have to be careful about using a Fortify or a Mei wall unnecessarily. But but it's sick. It's sick. Here's my take. Here's my take. I think it's probably worth it to, first off, one-shot the teleporter. That's very important. Like, when you hear the deploy rate, there is your time to react. If teleporter isn't destroyed quickly, it's bad. But I'm not against Mei-walling here. I don't think it's a bad cooldown trade to use Mei-wall for Symmetra, even if they don't actually use it. How did Boston Uprising beat London? I did not analyze that match. I did watch that match. My initial impression, I think Boston is better mechanically. And I think Boston's team play was better than Toronto's. It was much closer or maybe as good as London's team play. I think Boston's team play was really good. Really good, that match.
Stood no chance if Potty was going to be right around the corner to be able to lay everybody on their backs. They didn't have to use the amplification matrix, so beat time, it's scary. Flank from Iliari. He's going to try to pressure point. I kind of like this. This is good. He's got to be careful. Hits the ult, hit 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 the ult. Good ult. And look at the kite here. This is actually huge. So it looks like they bait TP maybe? There's the TP. Immediately BAP window, they fake TP and rotate, then the beat. But the Bastion is so hot. No, this is an excellent Mei wall from Spectra. Excellent Mei wall from Spectra. They disengage the grid. And by the way, I want to point out the ult usage, the cooldown usage from Ultraviolet. I just freaking love Ultraviolet's cooldown usage. I love the discipline with these cooldowns. Perfectly used shift there. Good lamp. The window is placed well as well. The ultimate is big from Magic. This is really well played by Toronto. And losing this fight is not that big of a deal. That's the 1, 2, 3 ultimates. And they're much better ultimates from. I think Toronto played this one well. I'm looking at this one more time. more online to be able to make a quick comeback.
The Mei wall is really good, but they've forced every cooldown with it. And that's a massive, massive Bastion grenade. I think the only thing I would say there is maybe he should have stayed on the angle, but honestly not that bad. I actually think London should have considered TPing there and maybe like leaving the Symmetra behind or something, or BAP window on a flank. I don't love a beat engage at that distance, even if with a fake TP. Probably not Strix. I don't know if I honestly have the time for that. Like we're kind of going slow as it is. We'll pick up pace as we go. Do I still not like that change? Yeah, I don't love the change. I don't love the Ryan Shield change. There's the Bastional, gonna create a little bit of space. That's a turret. That's gonna smoke Backbone. Telling you guys, this ultimate is a dice roll. But I think it's such a shame if you don't use it. And there it is. There's your free pick. There's the Bastion ultimate. 1, 2, 3. There it is. That's going to force... wait, does Ultraviolet use shift there? No, he doesn't even use shift. This guy's cooldown discipline is unreal. Okay, so they dropped the point. They flipped the point. This is a huge mechanical error right here. Because this guy should have just eaten a charge right here. You have to fortify this right here. Because if he fortifies this, Hadi's dead. This is the kind of stuff that like it's hard because I know Orisa, brain dead character, but you cannot not fortify this, right? Because if you fortify this right here, he's dead and he lives and he doesn't have to use his ultimate. So Hadi's pinning out of Blizzard here. Yeah, you need to expect it. Yes, exactly. That's the only thing Hadi can do is pin. And so this is a huge mistake. That's going to force his Terra Surge. And honestly, I actually don't even like the Terra Surge either. I actually think he needed to be more patient here. He needed to utilize his full fortified duration. And honestly, maybe not even shoot Hadi. Spark is peeking up here. He needs to find cover. You're still in a fine position. You need to find cover here. It's a good lamp. The Mei wall is okay. It does block off BAP LOS, but he ends up having to pull it early. And now he's used both his Fortify and his ultimate. And he's screaming hard pocket, hard pocket, hard pocket. So that means UV puts all of his resources into him, including lamp, and that's going to get UV killed. So this is a big mistake by Kaluj. And that's going to cost him really this fight. Now, it's not just Kaluj's fault. This is just Kaluj's fault this fight. Which is a shame. Why not pin him off the map? I don't think he got the angle for it. Yeah, that's brutal. That one hurts if you're Toronto. You 100% have to win this round. You have to win this round. You have to win this round. That one was, you had a great first fight. You had a over ult on second fight, which is whatever. But then you had a pretty good retake. Like Hydran handed you a free retake there.
Once again, like such a great way to be able to slow somebody down. Maybe that stops them enough from being able to get into a teleporter.
Yeah, he would have died if he pinned them off the map. Yeah, I agree. He was taking too much damage.
And the wall as well. Think about how many times we saw Spitfire get isolated.
Toronto not taking the brawl inside for obvious reasons. They're going to try and open up the map around that. Create an angle for Magid.
Spitfire like to run. They don't just have one solution for these problems.
Now see, this is where the Iliari is tough. I'm going to trust... See, this is the difference between me and you peasants out there. I'm going to trust Toronto's coaching staff and Magid when it comes to his positioning. But it does feel very awkward. It does feel very awkward to have Magid hugging here. Landed Gentry. Okay, my bad. You know, it feels awkward to have Magid hugging because I'm like, Magid's got to go here, right? But then I'm like, well, what happens if they just TP to here? Does Magid just not have an angle? Does Magid need to beam his team? I don't know. It just feels like there's just not enough of a punish angle. You guys get what I'm saying, right? Like, I'm sure they must have tested this, but I feel there has to be like, they had to have limit tested Magic going more on these more angles. Like this just doesn't feel good. Like it just doesn't feel good. Like you would need to keep like a connectivity between your backline and you. So if they TP here, you can still shoot them in the back. But I just don't love it. You know, it just doesn't seem like there's enough of a punish from where he's at. You know? And then when he does, and this is what we hate, right? This is the worst thing that you could see in your screen right now, where Magic starts to take an angle, but his angle's too shallow and it's behind a wall. So what's the problem with the TP now, guys, right? What's he gonna do? There's nobody to shoot. Why am I talking like Al Pacino? No, there's nothing to do, right? He can't shoot anything. There's no punish. So an irony, he should have been deeper, where he would actually have an angle here. And now he's gonna have to shift to just be able to shoot, right? He's there, but he's too close. He's too close. You see? Too close. Now I want to know, he got caught mid-rotation. Yes, he did. It's a nice grenade. Now why does Hydran use his turret form? Oh, it's a bad turret form from Hydran. Bad turret form from Hydran. Now you see this and you're like, oh, surely guys, we can shoot these guys. But nope, London just disengages. I didn't even notice the turret from Hydran. But yeah, London just disengages and then TPs afterwards, and they don't even get good Rhine shield break. If they had broken Rhine shield there or forced a lamp or a shift, different story. They didn't force anything there. They broke a little bit of Rhine shield, that was it. So he saw them playing in the open, but it wasn't good. It wasn't good. They were not open enough to get enough shield break. So then there's too much HP. And this is all you need to see to know how this went. Right? Bam. Bastion's dead. Ultraviolet's dead. I don't even know what Ultraviolet used cooldowns on. There's the shift. Oh, dude. There's the lamp. I don't even know where his shift was that fight. Ultraviolet's. But it's a shame because if either one of those little mistakes... Oh, why did he not finish that kill? Oh, that's such a shame. That could have gone so much better.
Just putting in some of that extra pressure before retaliating with the rest of his team, but Toronto do get that first point.
They get enough trades though. They have enough of a pincer. The grenade from Hydran was monstrous there and made up for it. But it's concerning, right? Because this has to be Toronto's best map for this composition. It's the most open. It's the most spammy.
That you expect from these players on the Toronto Defiant. They're able to find,
but Toronto pull out a crazy one again.
Isolate these players, just keep elongating the map in these fights.
Like I wouldn't even fight in here. Like, oh man, that is. I don't even know why they're fighting here. This is just not a good fight for you. You need to have already be rotating like right now. And honestly, I don't even know that I would rotate now, because the problem with rotating now is you know that they're going to teleport, or they're going to at least fake teleport during this rotation out in the open, and they're going to force cooldowns. I do not like this positioning here, and you have to rotate so much faster. This composition will either rotate on top of you mid-rotation and kill you, or pretend to and scare the pants off of you. So yeah, exactly. Like Ultraviolet runs into the lamp, which is a stupid mistake, but honestly, it's not just Ultraviolet's fault here. They should not have been here this long. So it's a good Maywall. Lamp was necessary, but now this is a disaster. And this is it, right? It's over. No lamp, no punish. I mean, come on, guys. If there was just a lamp here, I wish I also knew what Bastion turret form was. Like, where was Hydran using turret form here? Am I missing something here? Did he use it there? I think he used it there. Yeah, that's where he used it, right? So no turret form, no lamp, probably no regenerative burst either, no Maywall, and then they have the BAP window. I mean, no wonder this went as poorly as it did with Toronto, right? Like, you're down all of your important cooldowns, all of them, before the fight even starts. Magic's going to go for the clutch. Pretty decent ultimate. It's enough to zone. It's also enough to force some stuff. I just don't know if they're going to get the follow-up there. And then Spectra is, I think, again, greedy with the ice block and doesn't quite get it off. So he's trying to not use it until now, but yeah, he does. So that's kind of unfortunate. They could have stalled this one a lot longer, and now this fight is pretty much lost. Yeah. That's it. And then it's a great sim wall. People were asking about why no vertical sim walls, because Bastion. Because Bastion and BAP window. And so they're going to break the BAP window or the sim wall, but not before it's too late. Backbone's sim walls were on Freudian slip. We're on point the entire game. We're at the entire game. Yeah, they broke the sim wall because it's a BAP windowed Bastion. They only needed like 4 or 5 seconds to kill the Orisa. That's all they needed. Yeah. There's the male. It's actually pretty sexy from Spectre here because they're down 1. But Hadi goes, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Big May wall. And Spectre says, no charge, no win. And you know what? I actually like this. This is smart. This is smart. Sparker's going to use Bastion ult, but in theory, that shouldn't get a kill. And yeah, they catch him. They catch him. Admiral gets caught with his pants down. Magid on the angle. There it is. Admiral gets a little bit greedy and gets his face kicked in. I don't know if there was no lamp here. I don't know if Hydran just kind of trolls this positioning. But Spectra, nice job. I am changing my thought process from Spectra. I thought Spectra looked worse. I think Spectra is looking better so far than in my first watch through. This is why you guys can't like go out there and like, yeah, Spectra sucks at me. What is this guy doing? He's actually doing well. I think these are some clutch plays, a couple of unlucky things. I think it's been okay. I'm changing my mind. Bastional is a little early, but it's honestly fine. It's last fight. All they're looking is to kind of mess up the touch, you know? And he really wants to use that turret form as soon as the fight actually starts. So I think the mistake here is just Magid gets smoked. Oh my gosh, guys. Dude, London is so stupid, man. Dude, London is so stupid. Look at this. Look at the timing. Look at the timing.
It's just been really easy for Kalush to be able to weave these ultimates.
He just one-shots Magid. He one-shots Magid. One shot. Look at Magid's HP.
It's just been really easy for Kalush to be able to
Bam!
weave these ultimates in. And even just looking at their past few series,
Sim wall right click.
really easy for Kalush.
Or BAP window right click. It's over.
But,
I don't even know if it was right click through window. I think it might have been like one Bastion bullet, one Baptiste bullet, but he literally gets one shot. So that's unfortunate. Magid's position was not even bad there. It's just it's the details, right? They're just a little bit slow. The Bastional is not amazing from Hydran. Not the end of the world for Toronto. Toronto really should just peace out here if they could. They need to go now though. It needs to be now. It needs to be now. It needs to be now. Okay, they do get out. They do get out. Okay. Orisa ult, BAP window. Yeah, it's cheeky. They didn't track Shatter. That's a huge ult combo from London. It's not the end of the world for Toronto, but London gets the better of that trade. A huge Shatter. I don't think it was an unreasonable fight plan from Toronto to try to catch them. It's the same thing they did with the Mayo earlier. They're a little bit over-aggressive. Let's see if we can punish London with that. And yeah. I mean, it's like, let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. In another world, if London is even half of a second slower here, Hadi is dead. And Backbone's dead. Like that. Literally 1 second slower and they're dead. Will this be on YouTube? Potentially, yes. On Spylo 2 for sure. I'm not sure what I'm going to do with the actual analysis, but yeah.
Because you have that photon barrier that's able to just stop that.
Bro jumped, yeah.
From activating, and that's going to be the that's able to just stop.
Who does this hit? You're going to open with the ult. It doesn't quite hit anybody. I think it hits Landon. It hits Landon. That's really good. That's really good. Huge symbol again. So the way Backbone is using Symbol, which is going to be different than your ranked experience, is Backbone is using Symbol situationally. He's not using it for general fight value, where splitting it down the middle of the field is just so much better. But this is first off a really, 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 really big open map, so that's a little bit less value. But the other thing too is he's looking at it and he's going, oh no, my BAP has hit. My BAP has the lamp. No. And this is not going to win London the fight, really. it's just going to not let them lose it. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Beautiful from back.
They can't really do anything with a sim wall, but they cannot die to the enemy team with a sim wall, right? It's definitely a situational, very situational. It is not something I would coach anybody to do unless they were very confident with it. What do you think about Backbone's turret placement since you put all three in the same spot? I mean, that's how you need to use it. You're not going to get a lot of scouting information for it. It's not going to help you control multiple different angles. This is pretty much just a group up and run. So all it is it's putting turrets on a choke that this composition will walk through. So it's going to distract them all at the same time while we're shooting them. It's good. You don't spread out your turrets in a raw brawl composition like this. Again, 90% of the time in ranked, you're going to spread your turrets on a high ground here or to win a 1v1 here or for a mini TP bomb here, but not in this.
Spitfire back in.
Right. Biggest value determinant is making the enemy have to shoot them, right? And it's at what time do you want to make them shoot them? Like if you make them shoot them as they walk through this choke, it's not a good time for them. They don't want to be shooting turrets. They want to be shooting Rhine Shield. I like the little setup here from Toronto. It looks good. Obviously, Symmetra TP. That's a good ultimate from Sparker. Look at the little hit squad we got going here. Bastion's gonna now look at this, guys. 1, 2, 3. They're gonna. The reason they're doing this is because they want speed boost for Backbone to hit some right clicks. Right, the guy's a sniper, and they're gonna have Bastion or Baptiste shoot angle on point while Bastion's here. It's cute. It's messy. It's cute. This is not something that you can really draw up. Right? This is just a situational opportunity. You see what happens. Magic has to shift out of the angle. He ends up shifting right into the Bastion ultimate. You see, he shifts from the flank. Then they Bastion ultimate. You got me? 1 engage to force cooldowns. The second engage, the ultimate, to execute. Ultraviolet really does not want to use lamp. Generally not necessary. Phenomenal fight plan. Now, Spectra here, what does Spectra do? Spectra just snipes him. Spectra just snipes him. I think Spectra hits a headshot here. No, I don't know what happens to him. Maybe it's Hydron? Yeah, I think Hydron does a little bit of the track. A little tracking. You know? So nice catch back there. Not the end of the world. They've got some nice angles here. Oh, Spectra, what happens? Oh, no. This is a huge... So this is Spectra's first serious error. The other ones I can cut some slack on. But Spectra sees Rhine pin. Watch it. Rhine pin to point. Spectra starts frothing at the mouth. Drop the mail. Sparker's going to use Grenade to quickly rotate to cover or to try and get out of the May ult. But Spectra just dies. I don't even know what he dies to. I have no idea what he dies to. I think it's... Maybe some shots from Landon? Maybe his swing fire strike isn't enough damage to kill him that quickly. I don't know. I have no idea what kills Spectra. It's not Admiral. It must have been Landon or double fire strike maybe. But that's a huge mistake. No, it's not Admiral. It's just Landon, I think. And he has Ice Block. He has Ice Block. Yeah, I think it's Landon. And he has Ice Block and he just dies. And he just dies. Totally unnecessary. Totally unnecessary. And now this gets to be... I mean, Hottie should have been dead. Hottie should have been dead. Oh my gosh. Landon just absolutely clutches the absolute butt cheeks out of this fight. It's ridiculous. So this is the thing, like, you know, Landon, Spectra has to, he has to ice block that. You just can't not do that, right? And Landon just phenomenal. And now they're just going panic touch, bad composition they roll out on. London just rotates and kills them. Like this is just Toronto has to touch, and London just dives them on the rotation. And they got the little tracer angle, and that's it. That's it. I mean, again, it's the team play Landon played well. Spectra made some individual mistakes. I think Toronto really struggled trying to clutch fights. They either always over-ulted or over-ulted and still lost. Backbone, Menace on the Symmetra. Sparker. I think Kaluj fumbled the last round at some points, over-ulting mess. I think just team play is a big thing here. Team play and some clutch individual stuff. All right, y'all. I got to pee. I'll be right back. We'll do the next map. What did you guys think of this map? Let me know. Yeah, so I hope if nothing else, you guys kind of understand that like this isn't like Toronto like crapping the bed. You know what I'm saying? I think Toronto's play, I mean, Spectre made a pretty crucial error. I think Toronto definitely rotated really late that previous round. Magid accidentally shifts into a Bastion ultimate, but a lot of these are forced errors, right? They're forced errors, like the Magid's death. It's a great TP flank. And then even Magid's death to the TP window right click, right? He had no time to react. Magid's death in the first round, no time to react. Kaluj, right? That one was not an unforced error. That was an unforced error. But there are not a lot of these are unforced errors. British Hurricane versus American Tornado, pretty much. But yeah. No, you can't single out anybody in London as the GOAT. I think Chris has done a really good job consistently, playing to their strengths. He's good at building team culture, I think, compared to a lot of these coaches. And to be honest, here's the thing, guys. Can I have full amount of honesty for you guys? Now, I respect Chris a lot, and I respect London players a lot. And I think that given the right timing or teaching or whatever else was going behind the scenes, I don't really know, they have the potential to dive. Okay, I don't know what's went on this season, but we did well with dive last season. We did very well with dive last season. We were, I would say, above average dive team last season. Hasn't happened this season. So I think that these are good players, good coaches, whatever. My point being is that they got lucky. They got lucky. Now, what London did is they made the most of their luck. I think that's a good life example, is that when London is this a totally different team than the 2-8 London Spitfire? I mean, or whatever they were, right? No, or 2-6 or whatever. I don't even remember what they were. No, it's not. It's pretty much the same. So what changed? They adapted, they made the best of their situation, and they got a little lucky with the way the meta shifted up at a good time. They had a really, really easy second half of their schedule, and the meta shifted around to where Bastion got busted and Sombra got nerfed. London is not as good as you think they are. London is also not as bad as you thought they were. You got me? That's the takeaway. It's never as black and white as you think it is. Chris is not the greatest coach in the history of the world. Chris did not do a bad job in the first half of the season either. That's just not how that's just not how it works. Like, luck has way too much of a play in things like this, Hadi is not a Ryan OTP. Hadi is not single-handedly shaping the entire meta for the history of the universe. It's not God's gift to man. London got a little lucky. London got a little bit unlucky. London probably lost a lot of confidence based off the performance and played a little bit worse than they actually are, the dive characters. And, stuff snowballs. Stuff snowballs. I think last season would have gone a lot differently if we were not able to beat Atlanta at the end of first stage and not able to beat Vancouver in our first match. I think we got a little bit fortunate at times. So, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. London is not as good or as bad as you think they are. Toronto did not do as badly as you thought that they were. You thought that Toronto fumbled this match. They thought Toronto played terribly. You thought Toronto was trolling. And yet you're seeing it here. Outside of a few examples, Toronto is playing reasonably well. They're just given no margin of error. And they're getting forced to make mistakes. Cucked and loaded. I think team play is a product of hard discipline and confidence. I do not chalk up their team play to meta and luck. No. I do chalk up part of it to meta and luck, yes. But even comparing the current Brawl execution to earlier in the season, their Rhine Brawl early in the season was not very good. Not near as good as it was last season. So what was the difference? What was the difference? It's the same players when they were playing Brawl earlier in the season. You know what I'm saying? Is Backbone a better Symmetra than he is a Mei? Is Sparker better at Bastion than he is at Cassidy? No. Momentum. It's momentum. It's confidence. It's all of that. So there's a lot of factors at play. When you're confident and you're off of a back of a few wins, it's a lot easier to be all and firing in all cylinders, right? They have strats now. What do you mean? They had strats before. I promise you that they had strats earlier in the season. I was there. We had strats whether we won or lost. We were scrimming hard and practicing hard, and whether we won or lost. The difference is that they got a little bit lucky, they got a little bit confident, and that's it. Are you saying they were better last year? They're better at dive. Yes. Yes. Better at dive. So I think it's complicated. What's your thoughts? I think Spitfire could go either way. I don't think the Zarya patch is necessarily bad news. I think Ryan can work just fine. Did they even make the playoffs this year? Yes, they did. What is it? 5th place. 5th place finished last year, which was last year was much more competitive. There were fewer bottom feeders last year, fewer free wins, and APAC was also a little bit better too. Did I enjoy your time as a coach? Yes, I did. It was very, very hard, but I enjoyed it. I like to think that I had a large part of the reason why we had success with Dive. And that might be my ego talking, but everyone's confident. They found something that worked, and they deserve credit for it.
The cooldowns are even.
Do you think this comp has a hard ceiling against the better teams? I think this composition has more of a ceiling than people give it credit for. I don't know that this composition will be good versus the Zarya, but I think that the way London is playing it is not just TP and kill people. There is a lot of layers of what's Spyro, and there are so many set plays that they're doing. We've seen at least 4 or 5 set plays just in the first round. But see, the thing is, guys, is I want a little tangent here. You guys want to know the best coaching that I ever did? You guys want to know the best coaching that I ever did? This is the best coaching that I ever did. You ever heard of this team? Probably not. Some of you guys might have. Some of you nerds. Some of you guys might remember this team. Some of these names might sound familiar. Great, Grathen, Backbone, Shade, Alex2704, Lucer, Refit. Probably not a lot of you guys. I deadlifted, guys. I managed everything, strategies, had 2 assistant coaches, and we overperformed to the max. And I wasn't. But a lot of you guys may not have heard of this. So it didn't matter that much, I did a great job. I got a lot of personal satisfaction out of it, but a lot of people haven't heard of it. Do you know what I did even just almost as good, maybe even better coaching? You guys know when that was? Let's find this. This is when I did my best coaching. Right here. You guys see that? Let me see this. Right here. Now, I joined halfway through the season. So we were 0-8 when I joined. 0-8. You're 0-8. Team was mental boomed. Half of the team didn't even want to be there. At least half did not even want to be there. The head coach had just resigned. The new head coach was an assistant coach that honestly just was, he was just inexperienced, I think, at head coaching at this level. Really nice guy, pretty smart guy too. Unfair position for him too. And we went 1-7. We won one game. And it was the worst game that we played the entire season. And guys, I cannot tell you how much I deadlifted our mental and kept people motivated and put out all these fires. We should have cut half the team, but I didn't have that responsibility because I was just an assistant coach. And because not because half the team was bad, because half the team was bad because they didn't want to be there. And I did all of this stuff. I worked so hard on pulling things together. We almost beat the Shock in map 5. We almost beat Toronto in map 4. We almost beat Dallas, I think, in map 4 or 5 as well. We lost a 4-ult to 0-ult fight. But nobody cares. Sly, thanks for the sub, mate. Nobody remembers. Nobody remembers. Why? Because we went 1-15. They don't remember that I joined the second half. They don't remember that, the only reason that we won was because they don't remember the map 5 versus Shock. Some people do. I'm speaking facetiously a little bit here, but this is the best coaching I ever did. It's 1-15 dumpster fire. And people don't even know. You just don't really know. You just don't really know. Some of the best coaching, some of the best playing done is, and the results don't speak. So, I think I look back to this and I'm very proud of it. And so, people look at London last season and like, oh, Spilo, you had such a large part of their success. If they'd had Spilo this season, they would have won a bunch more games. I really don't know. I don't think so. I would like to think I would have had a positive impact, but that's also assuming that I would have even been motivated to do it. And I don't think I would not have wanted to. So I appreciate the kind words. And I know that if you're in my chat and you're more likely to support me, and I think that's great. But I think my point, I'm trying to make the point that this league is complicated. Competitive sports is complicated. Inserting X coach or X meta, it's never as simple as you think it is. And sometimes the best coaching or best playing out there goes unnoticed, is what I'm saying. Because you talk about, the Shock were mental boomed. So were London. And I barely got us a win. Maybe if the dice roll had rolled, literally, guys, we lost to Shock because freaking Sparker dragoned too early. We literally lost to, you guys want to see this? I'm sorry, this tangent is just too appealing to me because I have not been able to talk about this. You guys want to know why we lost to the San Francisco Shock? Was it this the game? No. I think it was this. Hey, crap, where is it? Let's find it. Yeah, here we go. You guys want to know? Look at little baby Sparker. Look at this guy. You guys want to know why we lost the San Francisco Shock as the 0-9 London Spitfire? You guys ready for this? Oh, you want to check out the shatter? Check out the shatter. Blocked. Maywald. Simwall. Check it out, guys. It's coming. You know it's coming. Wait, no. When is it, guys? Am I smoking something? Oh, you know what's funny? And this was such a smart, I remember this, guys. I remember Hadi saying, guys, they have beat Sim and May. We can't fight this fair. We have to push now. And Hadi called this. Hadi says, we got to go now. We got to go now. We got to go now. We got to find them now. We got to catch them on the teleporter. We got a chaos fight, right? I remember being so proud of him because it was such a smart fight plan call. And the only reason we won this fight is because we did exactly that, right? Look at FD God. He tries to hit the beat, but it doesn't hit Glister. And we end up winning this fight off of that, right? So it was a phenomenal, Hadi gets full credit for that. Oh, what a fire strike too. I remember this fight plan. And then, dude, guys, look at how we lose this entire match. Let me actually go to the, so we win this, 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 we win this. Wait, where was it? Was it? No, when am I thinking? Oh yeah, no, this was it. Yeah, this was it. It wasn't too early. I forgot. He just timed it terribly. Look, it was supposed to be a Flux Dragon. And Sparker, who was relatively still new to the team, just messed up. He timed it way too late. And not only way too, it literally did nothing. So this fight, which should have just been an auto win, did nothing. So we go into this fight here, and this eventually boils down to one team fight. And because we don't win, and that's it, guys. Like that's it right there. And if you guys want to see something even worse, I think this is the one. Yeah, this is the one. So you guys want to talk about worse? So we're 1-1. I don't even remember. Yeah, we're 1-1. And I want you to look here. So Dallas caps with no time on second point. And we cap. How much time do we have? 148 for one tick. And Hadi goes on one of the biggest feeding sprees in Overwatch League history. Check this out. This meta was so hard, man. So hard to coach. Check it out. Here we go. Wait for it. There's the roll through. Hacked. Dead. Do it again. And then Plaza gets scouted. And then we had one tick to guys. We had one tick to get to win this. Hadi goes through. Hadi gets through. Hadi goes in too early, hacked, kill, dead, start over again, and that's the match. And we almost won still without Hadi. And it was such a little thing too. It was just like a communicational thing. Hadi's ball was actually quite mechanically good. It was at least above average from the teams that we scrimmed. And then this whole thing, right? So I'm trying to remember what happens here. So that one's there. We have a really bad King's Row. But guys, we're going to turn around in Busan. Right? Check this fight out. You guys aren't going to believe this. You guys aren't going to believe this team fight. I don't know what Dallas was smoking. I don't know what they were smoking. They came out in some weird opener comp, so we just win first fight. Now, I want you guys to look at this fight and tell me who wins. EMP Rally versus EMP, Mines, Bomb, Trance, soon to have Rally. Check this out. Watch this fight. Fearless is dead. Hey, Rez, thanks for the sub, mate. Fearless is dead. Who wins this fight? Come on. This is the Dallas fuel, guys. Shax gets hacked, solo EMP'd, dies anyway. We trance. We fail to get any kills whatsoever. Jexy rallies to sustain. Calyx just needs to live. And Rippa just needs to live. They don't even have a ball to dive with. We have Matrix, and we fail to keep Rippa alive. We EMP. There's nobody there. We die, and we lose the fight. This is what I'm talking about. Like, I promise old man is done now. But guys, nobody remembers this. Like, I mean, very few of you remember this. And yet that's the difference between, the Cinderella season, and everybody's impression of those London players and the London coaches and everything is different. It's different, you know? Everything has shifted. If you beat Dallas Fuel and Shock, which came to one team fight, or 2 team fights even, different story. Different story. It's tough, guys. It's tough. I don't know. I'm just feeling morose in a way because it's hard to just know. It's hard to know. It's hard to know. TP. Big TP. Focus the front line. Now watch this. They take the TP late and the snipe. I mean, that's just so stupid, man. Like, this is the kind of type of stuff. Now, the first thing I will point out is versus London, you need to destroy the teleporter. You have to. It sucks that you have to spend time destroying it, but you need to, because otherwise they're going to take the late TP when you're distracted. Nice little off angle here from Toronto, but it's unshielded. Bam.
Yeah, right there.
That's it. I don't know who's going to win now. I think Mayhem could win because Mayhem are really good. But I really don't know. It's a different world when you get on stage. It's a different world when you get on stage. Let's put it that way. Great teleporter from Backbone. Now, Toronto isn't cooked yet if they're patient. I would love to see Majid be able to set up an angle if he can. I don't even know where that Bastion turret comes from or grenade comes from Hydran, but I think it bounced off and Backbone gets literally 2-shot. So that's another one right there. I think it was a headshot from Spectra, maybe?
From the Spitfire, find the success wrapping around the other side of the fire truck here.
No. Maybe a shot. Yeah, it's a headshot from Majid. Headshot from Majid.
London Spitfire are already going to take 2/3 of this point. Ooh, Backbone is taken down.
And so then now London has to try to hold space.
Now off the board here for London. They're just going to wait it out though, because if Backbone can get back fast enough without...
Now I remember watching this, and this is some scary stuff. This is where you can tell Toronto was, I won't say not boomed, but scared almost. Not even scared. That's not even really a good term. Hesitant. Because you're looking at this and you're like, you have a man advantage. You can ego and angle a little bit here. You could put extra pressure in here. You could push in here. You could try to spawn Camp Symmetra. You could do all sorts of little cheeky, nothing super risky, but cheeky. And they just didn't, they were too scared. Like, this is a situation where you can not even commit on a kill, but you could maybe tweak around, you know? But Toronto did not, then still in Maywall, right? They did not want to do anything. They were very much ready to just like let London take the wheel, see what happens. And I think that that's a little bit damning about how the rest of the series goes. I think Toronto just was a little on the back foot, which is understandable considering who they're playing. They do a great job kiting out that BAP window. That's a great disengage. Then the BAP window comes out from UV, who by the way times it really well. They're able to completely wall off Hadi. And now Hadi is totally isolated here. But London as well. Phenomenal job kiting it out. Backbone, almost dead, doesn't die. Toronto's still holding. Both teams did a phenomenal job kiting out, disengaging back window. That's a huge May wall. I think it's a huge May wall. Maybe a little early, but it's fine. It's okay. It's going to give him a little bit of an advantage. And this is where you really... I hate this, honestly. I hate this. This is where, again, the planning from Toronto is just really bad. It's not even necessarily the placement of the ultimate. I think they backboard it. Yeah, see, this is a fat Iliari ultimate. The problem is that London disengages it so easily. And then when one ult isn't bad enough, they threw 2 in there. I know what the idea is. You're trying to like maybe combo to have your Bastion ultimate proc the Iliari ultimate, but you can't do this where they can disengage it. Because instead you lamp and you've canceled 2 ultimates with 1 lamp and you can't even push anymore. Not good. It's not good. It's poor fight planning, poor fight execution, and that's it. Like, you've just disengaged 2 ultimates, right? It's more time, but it's 2 ultimates. You can't do that. And now you have a free sim wall, and it's over. I mean, I'm honestly surprised that they even Bastion ulted here. I actually don't like the Bastion ultimate from Sparker. I would have preferred him in turret form first. Bust the Mei wall down, break the Orisa, combo that with your BAP window. I think that the only reason this fight gets even close is because the Bastion ult. I don't like the Bastion ult. Yeah. So I just think you can, if you want, you need to use, you could have used your Bastion ult in that circumstance. That probably would have been the better play. And then see if they kite it out, and then do what you decide from there. But it's not a good fight plan. It's not a good fight plan.
Not make the mistake of peeking. Like that takes a would have been that first force out of ice block.
They were just waiting. They're baiting it out.
Magic on the angle. Magic TP's out. It's good. By the edge skin of his teeth, but it's good. Good TP usage there, right? And good. It's good for Toronto too, right? They've got Shatter. They have to respect it. I'm a little spooked, but they one-shot him. Love to see it. By the way, this is what I'm talking about. Like, how does London get out of there, man? How do they get out of there? Yeah. Yeah, the bug with the AR is really weird. Okay, anyway. Not the end of the world. London really just needs to get it to point. This BAP window, okay, I'm going to be very clear with something. This BAP window is something that we developed in Push on Colosseo, where we really would want the cap and we'd really want the robot to walk up before we take a fight. And so we were willing to use an ultimate to just get payload progress or get robot progress. This is, no, I don't know a second language, sadly. This is literally, we know it's a zoning window. It's literally a zoning window. Yeah, because if you're London's comp, you really want to you don't want to fight out in the open versus this. Like it feels really ugly. So they're gonna use the BAP window, get the cart to underneath, and then get it where it's nice and juicy and messy. It's a zoning window. Is it worth it? I don't know. You could probably rely on some form of Rhine pocket without it. And you can kind of see how the zoning window is almost a little early because the zoning window is now over, right? And so then by the time the zoning window is over, Kaluj wastes no time to drop and punish them for using it. And then Magic's on the angle. And now Magic has to get cleared on the angle. And then now there's the lamp. And so you've used an ultimate, and yes, you did get the thing underneath, but now Backbone's by himself. In fact, I actually think this is a bit of a misplay from the London team play, a rare misplay, because I don't even know, where was Backbone? I don't know where Backbone was. Yeah, I think he's on cart as it is. He tries to TP to his team. Yeah, he gets split. So rare miscue in terms of ult play and team play from London. It's not a bad idea. It just wasn't a very good execution. It was a little bit earlier. It was a little bit too late. Now the Shatter's big. Oh, I remember this fight. Oh, this is agony. Guys, get ready for agony. Get ready for agony. This is the London diff right here. We just talked about how London didn't execute on a fight plan, team play not super good. It gets worse for Toronto. Watch this.
They get the trade though as Hydron gets punished. They have the TP right in front of them. Sparker gets iced on.
Come on, guys.
Inside an Admiral with the back of
ERA ultimate. It's big. It's big. It's big. They need to go. Why is Kaluj in here by himself? Why is everyone so passive? Kaluj dies by himself. They throw Mei ult instead. Oh, gosh, guys. It's so sequential. It's one, then one, then one, then one. And it's understandable given the stress, but it's the difference between winning and losing this team fight. It's agony. It's just so... And the funny thing is the ultimate is so fat, but it just doesn't matter. The beat, I actually think, is fine. I think like the worst thing that could happen here is Hadi dies. I think without beat, Hadi might die. And then it's, even if you lose it or win the fight, you now have to wait for Hadi. And then maybe you don't actually take a fight. But London's now got full group here. I actually think the beat's fine. But this is not good team play.
Fantastic sound barrier. You can already see.
But you see what I'm saying, right? Now, to be very clear, I think Admiral has some pretty sussy Baka beats this game, but I don't think that was one of them.
matchup, knowing that there isn't a
And then this is it. Like, you're just not going to recontest this. I actually don't love the recontest. It's a good try, but you'd have to one-shot somebody for it to work. And I don't love the Orisa ultimate. I think at this point in time, I think you cut your losses. Once they've used BAP window, once Kaluj is low, once they've used Symbol, I think it's over. I think this is a silly ultimate. I don't think Kaluj was super smart with his ultimate. I know, Pear, it's ironic. It's ironic, Pear. You don't get it. I'm cool with the kids because I'm ironic. You know. I think the BAP window was fine, but I don't think the Orisa was good. Is there a stream schedule? I don't know if there is on the Twitch thing, but it's usually like around 4 on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. I think Saturday is 3. I mean, he needed the Orisa ult to survive, but I think as soon as you see the situation, you're like, oh, this fight's lost. Yeah. A little bit of early aggression. He's chaining his cooldowns pretty nicely there. That's going to be Bastion ult, Bastion turret form for Fortify, which is a fine trade. Time zone, EST. EST. We started about an hour and 45 minutes ago. Let's put it that way. All right, a little bit of a questionable turret usage there, but not pretty cool for being an ultimate man. Yeah, no problem. And this is so tight from London. I love this. They drop somebody to cart. They drop Hottie to cart, but they actually control the high ground with the Bastion here. They force an ice block. I mean, this is... Don't tell me that your Brawl comp can't take angles. I mean, look at this, guys. This is just absolutely beautiful. One angle while also leveraging cart, while Sim is off-angling here. Hey, Chili, thanks for the sub, mate. I mean, this is super cute. This is super cute. Like, this is so nice. Love that. We love that. Love that. And then basically, because of the angles, Kaluj doesn't have really anywhere where he can hide. He can't hide here. He can't really hide here. He's getting shot from every angle. And it's even making it difficult for Ultraviolet to actually heal, right? Where can Ultraviolet heal without getting shot? I don't... Whoa, Ultraviolet. Whoa. What happens to Ultraviolet, y'all? Oh my gosh, guys. One shot. Dude, I'm telling you guys, the margin of error, I think Ultraviolet messes up with his shift. He kind of lands a little too close. Yeah, he lands too close. But he jumps. And as he's falling down, he dies to a Bastion or a BAP window. The margin of error is just unbelievable. They dropped the map pool. I might check it in a little bit. And then now Kaluj is obviously dead. I'm surprised they even committed Shatter. This ultimate from Magic is ridiculous, respectfully. It's a terrible ultimate. I think, you know, it's not a great ultimate, but there's zero chance that did anything, so yeah. It's just crazy. It's just perfectly timed BAP window. Great pincer. The BAP window, the Bastion ult is good. They disengage the ultimate. They also I'm surprised they didn't force Lamp, but that's okay. They disengage the BAP window. London knows it's coming, and now London, it should be over because Beat Engage should win you the fight. I don't remember how this ends. I know London caps, I'm fairly certain. Iron ult's not good. Not good here. Maybe just because I think London is in too good of a position to disengage this entirely. No, I think the Orisa's okay. The Orisa's just a tank that doesn't die and doesn't demand a lot of healing. Her ultimate is okay. I just think some of the cooldown management could have been a little bit better. Most of the timing stuff. Okay, so Mei ult. And I mean, this is a great play from Spectra. Great play from Spectra. So he sees an opportunity and he just lets it rip. He sees an opportunity, he lets it rip. Ryan's a little bit... Look at the Mei angle here. Look at the Bastion angle here. It's a nice little setup from Toronto here. I love this 4-prong setup, right? So then they're going to wall off Ryan, block Pen, then spin Ryan in. And this is one of Admiral's bad beats. Admiral has to be on point here. Admiral has to know that the margin of error here is like instantaneous. And he waits way too long. I think he might have been caught and scared he was going to get frozen. I think that was it. I think Admiral was mispositioned and ends up almost getting caught in Blizzard. And so then he's like, oh, I can't pop my beat. I might Majax my beat, get frozen or whatever. And then he ends up committing to it even though they're down 1. Now, I don't know how the frick Hydron dies. I think Hydron gets a little bit cheeky with the Bastion ult. And I don't even know where the lamp was. I don't even know if Hydron didn't even need to use lamp or if Ultra didn't even get a chance to use lamp. Maybe the lamp's a little late. But Hydran really needs to live that. We really need Kaluj to be popping his ultimate, honestly, a little bit sooner. But yeah, I mean, I don't think it's the worst from Toronto. Besides, because there's just so many ultimates from London, but yeah. Okay.
London Spitfire now sitting on the defense, obviously not going to change anything for right now. Still sticking to the TP strats as Defiant are going to be able to exit out of the choke.
Look at the car wash that's been set up to so many turrets.
To me, Maywall is more about like it's not like the best utility in the world. It does break quickly, but it's something. It gives you a slight shield advantage. The poke is reasonable. May can take her own angles because she can't be just TP'd on and killed. And obviously the ultimate is relatively decent value too. I think May is fine.
Just taking so much damage to help.
As a fake TP on Magid, maybe? Wait, where does this TP go to? I don't even know where the TP was to. Yeah, it's a fake TP on Magid, I think, to scare him on the angle. Because Magid's over here on the flank. There's a turret form. It's going to zone Hydran. They're trying to force Spectre. They might have forced Ice Block there. I think Spectre might have egoed his Ice Block there. I don't think he used it. Toronto's doing a pretty good job surrounding, but I'm a little bit sad that there's not a main angle. Yeah, so I would have liked to have seen a better rotation from Toronto. This one seems pretty screwed up because UV gets stuck way too close, and you notice that there's nobody over here, and there's not enough people pushing over here. When you don't have enough pincer pressure, there's nobody scaring London from just running it down mid, which is exactly what they do. So if you're gonna try and rotate UV, you need to have somebody lagging behind to shoot you in the back if you try to shoot him, or somebody rotating ahead, and they didn't set it up. They didn't set it up.
The Lucio of their own or a teleporter.
And like, where's the punish from Toronto? It's just not there. There's nobody that can punish. The setup from it's just a poor rotation. It's hard to rotate versus this. I want to be very clear. It's ridiculously hard, but you have to do better than that.
This is
Sojourner Junkrat?
I'm gonna wait, but
no, Junkrat wouldn't do as well. Junkrat would be too easy to run over.
Running the sneaky plays that London are gonna throw at them.
High risk, high reward. But yeah, weird SMTP. A little bit of a shenanigans, right? The reason that they do this is because guys, this is so stupid, but like they do this because they're just gonna be like, we're hiding behind cover. Just kidding, we're peeking out the side. It's like a half a second speed increase, but it's just enough to kind of mess up Toronto. Watch this. Turret form, look over here, guys. Over here. JK, actually, London does not do it very well. I actually think, okay. All right, well, I stand corrected. I actually think that this could have been timed a lot better. Hottie takes it too early. You need Sparker to take it at the same time, but you see how Sparker's still lagging behind? If this had been timed a little bit better, I think this would have been even tighter. I think Kaluj would have died without BAP window. And again, the reaction time with a Mei wall is just too slow. And I think this is where you would want to give a little bit more time for Spectre to rotate further forward before Kaluj walks forward, just again to kind of take that angle. But yeah, it's still a nice play. Spectre is like that self-sufficient DPS that you can't really TP on, so you need to try to leverage that as much as you can. Shock's not doing so well. Shock is done. Shock is gone. Shock just got knocked out. Again, sim wall. Now it's weird because you got to ask yourself, if you're backbone here, was this necessary? Because London should have cover to hide from that. Am I proud of Sparker? No, not at all. Magid on the angle. Maybe a little early. Definitely a little early. Definitely a little early, right? Here comes the ultimate, I believe. Hydran pops his ultimate. Does it do much? Great wall there. So yeah, Magid goes too early on his angle. You'll take BAP window for sim wall. Shatter, he's probably just trying to force Fortify there if that wasn't already used. But the Sunstruck is there to catch. The beat from Admiral is awkward because London is just not in a position to push there. It's not a bad beat, but they don't do anything with it. The Maywall completely shuts it down. The Sunstruck is procced. That's going to stop anybody from really walking forward. Then there's the Fortify push. Nice pin on the Bastion, but then the combo from Toronto. Toronto just kind of blows everything here. Probably not necessary, but it's fine. The beat was, they just didn't get enough offensive pressure out of it. I would have preferred something a little bit more passive. SRP checks him? No. When would you utilize splits like Lucius, Samurai, and Bap to take space? Anytime that there's like more open space, like anytime that like you guys saw it in Busan where like a Symmetra angle with a right click was really useful, right?
If you need 5 ults to get through this composition, that's gonna take a while to accumulate. And London
maybe, Omar, maybe. There's not a lot to say about World Cup. There's nothing really happening right now. The group stages got leaked. You guys saw it. It's kind of a big joke where like our stage is like way more stacked than the other stages. But it is what it is. Fake TP, push on main. The beat was for Illari ultimate, but obviously like hindsight is 50, 2020 here. I almost said 50-50, but obviously just beating an Illari ultimate and kind of standing there, partially due to Spectre's great Waymall, is kind of meh. And then how the heck does Sparker die? So London makes mistakes too, you know? I don't know what happened with Sparker. Kind of one shot, looks like a Bastion grenade from Hydran, kind of caught out in the open. And that one definitely hurts for Lennon because you need to win this fight. This was your BAP window fight, you know. And coming back from a lot of Toronto's ultimates to just kind of lose to nothing there, it kind of hurts. Hottie was frozen as well. Ouch. How long has Hottie been a Rhine main for? Back when trash talking.
That can just take these fights so aggressively. Like they're already up to the high ground.
I don't know. Hottie's been playing Rhine for a while.
Here because of how
I didn't know Hottie before London in 2021 though, so as well. Alright, there's the TP across. They're gonna rotate to top high ground.
So see what they can do to get this high ground control.
Toronto does a phenomenal job responding.
Toronto don't have a whole lot of time to work with comparatively.
They're gonna try and flip around and catch them from behind.
See what they can do to get this high
Toronto Bastion hits them on rotation. And they see the Bastion over on the flank, and I want you guys to see the confidence. Look at the Riz. Look at the Riz to this guy. Look at the Riz. Look at the Riz. Simwall's used defensively. Toronto's maybe going to be able to clutch this one out. There's the Bastional. Bastional isn't particularly good. They've tried to punish Majid, and Admiral gets caught with his pants down. Yeah, Admiral just goes RKO mode on Majid with the Bastion ult, but the Bastion ult doesn't hit. Admiral gets caught with his pants down, and Majid ults to keep himself alive. So Toronto has a really nice punish on that rotation. That Bastion ult from Hydran was actually so clutch.
Have the number advantage in their favor before Admiral comes right back in. With Hottie going out, it's gonna have to be a reset here for the London Spitfire.
Okay, Toronto make a ton of time. That was really nice.
Why did London hold below bridge here? They could have.
So, see what they can
but
do to get this high ground.
It was a cheese play. They cooked a little too much. They tried to do a TP across, rush the high ground, and catch the enemy backline in rotation, right? Because you can see it. Like there were a brief moment there. Bastion, Baptiste, and Illari were killable from Toronto, but they lost to Bastion with the win. Toronto equally responded really well.
That was really nice positioning versus the behind the back tactics that London Spitfire wanted to go with.
It was a bit of a gamble. Probably you can argue not necessary given the fact that they had Simwall, but you know, you cook. Sometimes you got something juicy. Sometimes you don't. Again, a TP play from London. This is just London trying to take a fight quickly because they know they have May ult. They know they have Orisa ult. They do have Shatter here, but it's not a fight that London is super equipped to win. I do think Hottie mispositions here. I think when Hottie starts to lose shield, he needs to disengage this here. That push for the Fire Strike was kind of a feed. He needs to be able to disengage to the corner, reset. It's a good old May wall from Spectre, but it's a bit of a feed. Hottie didn't have enough HP or shield for that to work. And I think they were also down. I actually think they don't even think that May ult was necessary there.
Only using the Blizzard here as Kaluj is still going to be able to hold on to that Terror Surge, but it's another team fight win in favor for Defiant.
This is the Toronto thing in the kitchen sink at that first point, but this first point, and they needed to throw everything.
Yeah, it was Shock versus London.
First point, but this is what we want. We want these
weird amp from
This is what we know Toronto
from Admiral. I don't understand that amp at all. So there's the TP. I think they baited the TP, but you didn't need amp for that. There's the turret. Kind of forced. Toronto should have been able to disengage that. I don't know why Spectre doesn't ice block this one. Again, probably trying to ego this, but I think he's just a little bit slow. Backbone pushes up really aggressively in the angle, and now maybe Toronto has to disengage. Again, another weird beat. Adi's gonna push. There's beat plus shatter. Toronto's probably fine with that. Yeah, Toronto's probably fine with that.
Still have that Terror Surge to use as well as 2 more ultimates to boot.
Okay, well, let's see.
A chance to breathe.
Bastion ult to early. That's a pretty decent Bastion ultimate. At least as a start, it causes a lot of chaos. Admiral gets super split. Admiral's on heal, standing out in the open, and just dies to Spectra. There's the cancel on the pin. Symmetra wall is there, but it's too late. Procs the Sunstruck on Bastion's going to force Lamp, and that's it. That's it. Toronto wins this. London looks very messy on this map, I will say. Some of their set fight plans beyond first point do not look good. They don't look good. They look very goofy. The execution specifically is not particularly good. Third point is definitely a lot harder, but Toronto definitely deserved the W here. Cheers, Rashi. Do I think we'll see Sam play during playoffs? Not sure. Not sure. Depends on the composition they're going to roll with. I wouldn't say it's particularly likely. By the way, this is super cute. Skynade. If you could time that with a Fire Strike, it's a one-shot. Watch this. They're trying to do it. They're trying to one-shot somebody. So it's actually, I think Hydron does this one, right? Oh no, Hydron doesn't Skynade. Who Skynaded? Somebody Skynade. You can actually Skynade right here, and it lands, if you launch it like one, it lands like right here. Great. But
that's really all that London have to work with. So maybe 2 team fights here. Symmetric teleporters again.
Fake teleporter. Magic has to respect it. There's teleporter still broken, still up. Hydron dies to what? Does he just get a little cheeky? Yeah, he just gets a little bit cheeky. He just overpeaks. He gets hit by grenade. He dies.
That was a follow from the nades,
yeah,
by the way.
Sky nade plus Fire Strike. Hold on to his ults way too much? Maybe. Orisa ult's super situational. You can't just force Orisa ultimate generally, especially versus this composition. I think this was a mistake from Kaluj. I think, like, I'm not gonna lie for you guys. If I'm Kaluj here, I don't think I take the push. I think I just take the L. It doesn't matter if they cap, you know, that much besides the better spawn. Like, I think this is just silly. I think you just play the corner, take the fight. Your Bastion's back, just take the fight.
They don't touch.
Okay.
This card's already around the corner.
Now, this was a huge choke, I felt like, from London. So they're up top. Why doesn't Toronto play farther back so they don't get TP behind? Because then now London has all the angles, has all the space. You need to try to force them to TP out of the choke at least, right? If you could force TP so they have to rotate out of the choke, it's at least still a cooldown trade, right?
They have to stay on this car right here, going to the car wash too.
So they get underneath. Bap window is forced very early, but it's understandable. Last fight, right? Nerves are on the line. They do force Ice Block, which isn't too shabby. They also force Lamp, not too shabby. Maywall force as well. London should be able to pull this cart. Maybe not the best shift from Landon there. Kaluj, there's the Bap window. Now, this is what's hard about London's comp, is there's your beat. There's nowhere to go. Like, there's nowhere to go. It's actually crazy to me that Sparker actually kills Hydron. But there's nowhere to go. Like, there's nowhere that London can actually go from here. So while I'm like, I feel like there's a bit of a choke from London. I don't know. Maybe it really wasn't. I don't really know where they could have gone into that. I think maybe a little bit more patience with the BAP window. but even that is a little bit hindsight, right? So basically, Toronto's just going to turtle this one out and just win because their ultimate's better in small space. Like, Mei ult is just unbelievably strong. And crucially, the Shatter doesn't get there until it's basically too late, and the Sim Wall doesn't get there until it's too late. So even though Toronto had lost the previous fight, they built the ultimates that they needed, Mei ult, Bap Window, and Magic's ultimate, which was actually pretty good in this space. Whereas London didn't build the Sim Wall, they didn't build the Shatter until it was too late. Beat is probably their most important ultimate, but not in overtime. It was still valuable, but you need to walk with your beat. And they couldn't walk with their beat. That's the problem. You have to stay in cart. So really nicely done from Toronto. Considering the start, a really good hold. Oh yeah, this is the one shot, right? Maybe it wasn't. I swear, maybe it was the previous map.
About going head on into another bastion. It's about playing together as a unit. Toronto now got a chance to start their attack push. You can already see that
May's rotating forward. I would love to see Mei rotate even more forward.
Engage in these fights, which is why I worry that 126 is just not gonna quite.
Javelin on Orisa, Bastion that's gonna force. There's the TP. They're TPing the flip, and this is where London cooks. Ultraviolet is just a tiny bit slow to react. Doesn't even get his lamp off. Or no, his lamp is behind as he moves forward. Ouch. Because this is a winnable fight if Ultraviolet does this one a little bit cleaner. Not a bad fight from Ultraviolet, because obviously the reaction time, the punishing, but you have to make that play.
Play around this amplification matrix. They can't just speed past it. They have to go head on into this damage.
All right, well, this is it.
Sparker and old Backbone's really close as well.
This is huge right here. This is huge.
Sparker and old Backbone's really close as well.
You can't have a gap between your Rhine and your Bastion and Bap Window. Because if you're standing on your Bastion, you can stand behind Bap Window and shield your Bastion so that he can shoot through the Bap Window more. This was a huge mistake from Hottie. And that's it. And that also gives them time to react and position around the enemy. And that's it. And also really nice angle setup there. Like Kaluj continues to rotate around. If Pro makes a mistake, it's a misclick. Yeah. It's a nice play from Toronto. Bit of a misplay from Hottie. Nice wall. I mean, it's nothing super special from Spectra, but I mean, he did it. Yeah, Hottie made the same mistake on third point. We talked about it.
This is going to be another.
Need more angles, layer, and timing here. Yeah. But you agree, though, Hottie, like, that's a strat, no? Thoughts on the series being an insane coach gap? For sure. For sure. We were just talking, Chris, earlier about how like you were such a bad coach in the first half of the season, but now you're probably the greatest coach of all time. I don't know how you do it. You must have given a lot of like motivational talks. Maybe done some crack. It's crazy how like, you know, you just decided to do your job and like you guys started winning. It's crazy how that works.
Still have to play this perfectly, but now they're starting to single out Hottie once again, and the rest of the team, even if they play a little bit more far forward.
Presty hooked him up. If I have Spilo coaching, I don't get walled. Yeah, see? 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 I'm in their head. Yeah, Chris is a fraud. I don't know. I think it's the NA differential. I think EU needs a little bit of NA blood to like function properly, and I just don't think Landon cuts it. I think Landon's too scrawny. If Landon had a little bit more beef on him, maybe. All right, so I mean, this is again a situation where it's just like having Mei ult and Orisa ult on point is just like an unfair buff. Like it's just too broken. So there's Bastion ult from Hydran. It's fine. It's gonna make things messy. You're not gonna want to use it mid brawl, so you might as well use it now. Maybe you force a lamp. There's Mei wall. They're trying to isolate Rhine. I actually don't love the Mei wall that much. I would have preferred. I mean, I guess it's fine. Okay, yeah, it's fine because he's using turret form. Sim wall is really good from Backbone. The ult from what is Admiral ulting here? What is he waffling? I think they're trying to catch. Yeah, they're trying to catch. Yeah, this is not a good ult from Admiral. Did you hit Admiral for me, will you, Hottie? This ult sucks. What is he doing? I mean, really, this ult just has to be later. Like, because this is a different story if they're if they forced Ice Block earlier and they can actually chase and kill. But not only did we have Orisa ultimate still, you had May Ice Block still. They can't do anything. Like again, we saw this earlier. You can't beat and just stand still. You can't beat and stand still. Like it's the worst case scenario. And so as soon as Spectre sees this, the Orisa ult's preventing them from pushing on Spectre fast enough. Obviously the BAP, Bastion, BAP, window, mail, everything is just a mess. I understand from like Admiral's perspective, it's scary, but like it's just over. It's over. And again, it's like the point ults with Orisa, May, even Magic's ult gets more value than it normally gets. And hitting him, don't worry, thank you. I mean, it's tough. It's tough. It's a tough situation for London all the way through. But I think Toronto had some decent team play there. I think there were some good plays there. Obviously, a couple of fumbles from London, just a couple of like individual mistakes, which makes things different. And then obviously, like getting to OT in that situation when you have May ult is just really, really hard to win. It's really, really hard to win there. That is a fact. Yeah. Okay. Landon towers over me though. How did I miss this? 6 foot versus 4'11"? Bro, this guy. I'm gonna show up with a baseball bat, and anybody that dares to make a height joke, I'm just gonna cut him down to size. You can't. You're not tall when you're in a hospital, and you're in a hospital bed. That's how it works. All right. Okay. So map pick for London. What do different Flashpoint mates favor comp-wise, Spilo? I honestly couldn't tell you. I really couldn't tell you. I don't know if this is just a scrim point percentage. I don't know if London just has more of a crackdown on this map in terms of set plays. I mean, Hottie can probably tell you here. They probably just have more set plays on this point. I don't think there's a major gap in terms of like the openness of the points. I think the other map also has some pretty nice chokes, but it could just be that they just have more crackdowns on the other map or on this map. Yeah. Hold on, this sounds premeditated? What's premeditated? I don't know what you're talking about.
And this time around, Hottie's playing a little bit more far forward.
So I don't think it's that deep. I think it's Midtown always win in Scrim Official, just beef. Yeah. It's just noob. But they were asking about Flashpoint, Hottie. This is just you guys have more crackdown or win percentage. I probably don't think it's that deep. I don't think Srivaasa and New Junk City is like major differential. Where was the shatter, bro?
This time around, Hottie's playing a little bit more far forward. You can get those fire strikes into this big.
What's the stream at 1080p? Yeah, I'm upgrading.
You can get those fire strikes
So you're gonna see this here. The reason Sparker is popping this now is just because he's gonna force. I mean, did they already use Javelin Spin? Okay, I don't know if they already used Javelin Spin. But that's gonna force some cooldowns there. Hey, Landon. Landon, are you really 6 foot? No way, you're 6 foot.
Right here on the other side.
Unfair.
Look at the way that Toronto.
All right, so
who decides to go first?
rotation chokes. Where's Magid? Where's Magid? Where's Magid? Magid's on an angle. I like Magid's positioning. Spectre's a little bit too far forward. He really doesn't want to use Ice Block. The turret placement is not good for Magid. Now, okay, I will say this. If you're going to criticize Magid on anything, Hydrate. Oh my gosh, dude. You're a small man? Okay, yeah. We can be small men together. Not that I'm small, but I will gladly pretend to be small to make you feel better about yourself. Thank you, Sparker. This is probably what Magid struggled with the most. I think a lot of Magid's deaths have been unfortunate. I look at this though. This is a mistake that you just can't make, I think. And Magid's a great player and a good friend, but I do think this is a mistake that you got to be careful for, because this has to be here. And you have to see this rotation and know that this is going to get broken, and you need this here. Worst case scenario, you could also like throw it back here, I guess. But you guys are not hydrating me 15 times in a row. It's not happening. But yeah, I think this happened a few times throughout the series, several times throughout the series, where the turret placement just doesn't rotate. And I think this is a big mistake. It's a micro mistake, but it's a big mistake. So there's the turret form. They're kite. No ice block for Spectre, so that's going to be a defensive ice wall. He is split the 4-5 from Kludge to bail him out. That's good. Backbone is on the goop. I think that's a TP. Yeah, he TPs on the flank. Wait, does he TP on the flank? What is Backbone doing? He does TP on the flank. No, he doesn't. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. There's the TP. So he rotates away. Backbone on an angle, guys. Backbone. Guys, what are you doing? Sparker, what did you do? Man, come on, brother. Maybe this is why I'm so... I mean... So shredded, yes. Hottie has VIP. I wonder why. Wait, how do I do this? Wait, I can ban for a period of time? Man, how do I do the whole VIP thing? How do I do it? VIP. Sparker. There you go. Dude, I don't know, man. Okay, there you go. There you go. Okay, anyway. Really nice angle. Angle. Hey, Chris. Angle. Hey, angle. It's like the SpongeBob meme, you know, like, oh, don't say it. Don't disturb him, Pac. I just go up to Chris and go, angle, Chris. Angles. Thank you for the sub, Resness. So, huge angle, unironically. Really nice cooldown trade. Again, I mean, Kaluge tries to Javelin Spin to help his Bastion out, but he doesn't have Fortify, so that's just an easy pin, and then also Bastion. It's just better cooldown trades. Like London just does a better job positioning their angles. With Backbone, they do a better job. They get way more out of the push off of their turret form. They do a great job playing around the risk of cooldowns, and then also Magis screws up his positioning. So, yeah. Nah, don't say cooldowns don't matter. Only angles. The optimal composition is Sombra Tracer, Kiriko, Wrecking Ball. I don't know. What's the other support, y'all? Iari. Yeah, that's it. See you, Hottie. Yeah, that's all that matters. In fact, you don't even worry about the objective. You just sit in random parts of the map and just be like, ha! I got an off angle, guys. Okay, yeah, I mean, London just smokes them in neutral there. Now, this is a high ground you guys probably don't know about. I actually freaking love this high ground. I didn't even know about this high ground until that long ago. This is actually pretty sick here. This is sick. This is like a really nice little sight line here that you're going to see a lot of teams use. So I like the little flank here. They're going to force up early. And London is so good at this. And this to me is just as much as fight planning as any other thing. Look at what London does here. They're stuffing the choke, they're stuffing the choke, they're stuffing the choke. They don't have Lucio's speed, Toronto, so they can't like rotate around. London will match them at every single choke. So the only way Toronto can break out of a choke is by putting somebody on, yes, an angle. That's the only way you can break out the choke. You don't have speed. So what do? London forces them to put the Magit on the angle. They use a BAP window, and that's Fortify, ladies and gentlemen. That's Fortify and BAP window used to break out of a choke. And what do London do? They disappear. They TP out. They TP out. That's it. That's it. Fortify, turret form, Bastional, Baptiste ult, and they just press the interact key. And that's it. And then now the Baptiste ult is expiring. Thank goodness Magic's on an angle, ladies and gentlemen, because this is actually a sick push from London back into the sim wall. And really, I mean, I look at this here. And, Chris. Is Chris still here? Lose cons? Lose cons? I'm going to use my Chris word of the day. I'm going to say angles. It's only fair that I say a Chris word. Lose cons. So you look at this here and you're like, oh, guys, we kited this out. Let's push him the sim wall. But this is something that Chris used to always talk about, right? You got to care ults. You got to care ults. So you can't, right? You can't take a horse to water, can't make him drink, right? You can't just W key in brainlessly, right? And so there's still Mayult on the table, right? And to be honest with you, Magic's still on the angle here, right? So we have to deal with those two things before we just W key in. London just W keys in. They W key into a Mayult. They W key into a Magid flank, and that's, you know, obviously that's going to force beat. Spectre might still die. I don't know the status of his ice block, but this becomes a lot more chaotic than it had any right to be. Maybe still win this. I actually don't remember what happens here. No, they don't. So really nice angle from Magid there. A really great opener fight from London, but London lose cons. Now the nice thing is at least he didn't use everything. You didn't use everything. You still have Baptiste to go in there. Magid carries that fight. Spectre does a pretty good job of that fight as well. Yeah. What are you talking about? TP, flip, rotate. I think we'll probably just see a BAP window, to be honest with you. Just honestly, even just a BAP window. Now what they could do is they don't want to go to point, because if you go to point, you're going to get off-angled, right? And you don't really have a good angle for your BAP window. So what they're going to do is they're going to keep rotating. They're going to rotate and they're going to catch. They're going to force the Baptiste ult. And because there's no ult, there's no BAP window, and there's no Mei ult, you don't need to be scared of pressing W anymore. So you can just group up, press W. Loss of Toronto and Supervas and scrims, 1. Yeah, that's that simple. I told you guys it's that simple. Sometimes the answer is always more complicated or more simple than you think it is. Like, I'm actually kind of surprised at the Bastion ultimate, but I guess it does the job. Magid gets caught with his pants down again. That's the second time now at the Bastion ult. Landon messes up his shift, guys. Oh, well, I guess he... maybe it's all right. Maybe it's all right. Kind of a weird ultimate there from Sparker, but obviously the results speak for themselves. Hindsight, coaching, that's another criticism. That's what the best coaches do. I consider myself the best coach in the world. That just steal everybody's terminology that's better than you. And then that's pretty much it, yeah. So I mean, it's just hard. Like you're up a person. It's just over. It's a nice shot. Yeah, that was good. So, micro mistake from Magid after carrying the previous fight. Magid's been more hit or miss, I guess would be the way I would look at it. Some individual mistakes, but I think it's a lot of Toronto's issues were, I just think that the team play was just better. I think team play was better. It's not just that Toronto had bad team play. I don't think that's the case. I just think London just had too many plays where they just win fights through really creative fight. And that's the thing, is like they don't just do the basic things well, but London wins fights off of cool. They do extra, right? You talk about like somebody who's good looking, right? And you see something that's freaking gorgeous. That's London on a couple of fights. They just just won off of some stupid thing, right? And Toronto doesn't do that as much. There's a lot less mechanical expression with the composition that they're playing. So if Magid doesn't like hit something crazy, London's they're gonna out gambit you. Like even the fight that they lost previously, the fact that they just got a Baptiste ultimate for free. That's tough. And also, there's been just as many fights where I think mechanics have won with things like this guy. And even honestly, think about Busan. They literally won off of Landon just popping off. They won. And also, I think you have to count shatter plays and some of Hadi's stuff as mechanical plays too. So I think London is not only finding ways to win with team play, but I think London's also finding ways to like have mechanical expression as well and just win fights that they shouldn't, right? So, I mean, it's like right here, for example, like that's, Magid gets out alive. That's huge. So nice little setup here. Really, they can't poke out the Orisa enough. Yeah, this is going to be, great question, Daniel. Nobody cares. The key thing is that this is similar to like Busan Mecha Base, where somebody has to drop, and now they're going in. This is tough for Toronto, man. I honestly, if you're Toronto, I don't think you drop here. I don't think you drop anybody. I don't think you worry about point. I think you actually have to hold high and wait for an advantage to push, or a poke or something, or maybe you force symmetric TP and fortify or whatever, and then go to point. Because I just don't think this can work. I don't think you don't have the teleport. I don't think this can work.
Definitely going to utilize here.
I think this is really dangerous for Toronto, even if you do get first fight win. Like, what can Kaluch do here, right? And that, you can see London knows it. London knows it, so they're going to push in. Maybe a little bit hesitant there. Toronto does catch it really well. I think London's a little... Oh, no, it's the Mei wall. It's the Mei wall. That's the May wall. That's a huge May wall. Huge May wall. I don't know what the status of Sparker's turret form is. Maybe that's a mismanagement there. It's really hard to, because the number of relevant cooldowns in this are like the number into like almost double digits, right? You got Rhine Shield that matters. You got Amp Speed that matters. You got Lamp that matters. You got Baptiste Shift that matters. You got TP that matters. You got turret form that matters. You have even freaking Bastion Grenade that matters, right? And so like you look at this and you're like, London should be able to push this, but they're not. And I don't know if that's turret form. I don't know if that's Amp. I don't know what, but at least they cut their losses. They do force turret form out, and they drop the point immediately, and they're going to flip it right back. So they don't win the fight off of it, but they do get the point back. Weird sim wall. Weird sim wall. I think that was a bit of a panic from Backbone. I'm not going to lie with you. I think maybe Hottie calls no shield, Kaluj starts to peek, and they just really want to make sure that they get point flip. Questionable, but there is value there. It's not totally wasted. It's just not a very good one. So don't overanalyze that and be like, oh, is there some new meta? Nope, that just was kind of goofy. Bastion ult from Sparker. 1, 2, 3. Some shots. There's Baptiste ultimate as well. Captive Sun doesn't really do much. And they're beat chasing after Magid. Does Magid get out? Yeah, so Admiral's like, go. Magid is able to get out. Whoa, big misplay from London. So here's the thing. The Baptiste ult forces him off of high. They need to drop, set up, then beat push. But they're so split. LSM, thank you for this up. There's too much happening off screen for us to really be able to tell exactly what's going on. But this is, they're so split. So then now you're beat push. 2 people get beat. 2. Dos. So it's terrible. And this is where London starts to, it gets chaotic, it gets messy. London kind of falls apart here. Because you should be able to win this. You should be able to win this. That's unfortunate. It gets super chaotic. And I will say that the openness of this point does make London's comp a little bit worse. I think what London needed to do is probably honestly just have a clean reset and do something with TP. I think the best thing you could have done here at this point in time right now, have a clean reset, chill a little bit, don't panic, sit behind shield, just relax, even give them point if you need to. And they needed to group up. Like Hottie goes to stall point, and I think this is where London gets split and it starts to get really messy. So yeah.
Take a look at the Ducks now. A little bit more far forward. Spectra too.
Personas con beat. I don't speak Spanish.
I feel like the Blizzard would be more impactful. Either you can use it as a zoning tool, or you can kind of use it to be able to play a little bit more with this.
I mean, so Toronto needs to win this, right? I mean, you look at their ults, right? We know the Orisa May is almost impossible to stop if that's even necessary. They're going to aggressively hold here. There's the TP. There's the chaos that we love to see from Toronto. And I want you guys to check the discipline here, right? You've had a pretty good map. There's the lamp. There's the shift. Perfectly timed. Orisa ult, May ult, and it's cooked. It's a good play by London. You know, you gotta try something. I think the only thing I might have said here is because this is last fight. If you're London, you're not getting another fight for this point. So what I would have liked to have seen is look at Toronto's positioning here. You see how passive they are here? I'm overthinking this a little bit, but let's just roll with me, right? They're playing so passively that I think it's quite easy for London to win the cooldown trade on frontline here. So you could just take 0 angles, just group up, peek the corner, and shoot the May and Orisa. And you will force Ice Block, you will force Ice Wall, and you will force Fortify and Javelin Spin, and or force them to drop. Once you have done any of those things, even if it's cost you your shield, even if it's cost you your Bastion turret form, whatever, then you go for this play. And I think what that does is that prevents you from having to worry about all of these May and Orisa crap thrown your way. I think London just rushes it. I think London needs to go for a clutch play, but it could have been a clutch play set up with so much more grace. Because remember, Toronto doesn't have a very good setup to win the spam war on top. You know. So I hope that makes sense with what I'm saying. You didn't have to dive backline immediately. You could take the frontline trade, then go for backline. because I don't think Toronto could have stood toe-to-toe. You were not going to win that fight very likely, but if any chance that you had to win that fight was gone as soon as you took the TP immediately. I mean, it was the right idea, just not the best execution. And Benjamin. If you guys don't know what a Benjamin is, it's a jump shatter around the corner. And Hottie cooks it. It's just an RKO crazy play. It's strictly the element of surprise. Strictly the element of surprise. Cheers, Red Knight. Benjamin, if you guys don't know who Benjamin is, that is Ben Best. And he's very famous for hitting those jump shatters around the corner. And while we all love to make fun of Ben Best, he is a very good Reinhardt. Check it out. It's just, they don't see it coming. There's a million ways to outplay this. You just got to see it coming. And you don't see it coming, nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. And honestly, like, that's so mechanically played well. Like, the fact that he hits that pin, that's tight. All right, so London had no business. Like, come on, man. Come on. What is Hydron doing? What does Hydron do? Hydron just gets literally lasered, and that's it. I don't know what happened there. I don't know. It's the mechanical misplays that you're not used to seeing London always be the one getting used to, right? London's the ones struggling with the pulse bombs. London's the one struggling with the manual hacks. London's the ones they're not consistently hitting the huge anti-nades. And then now, London is the Giga Chad going, oh, well, we're just going to win a fight because we just shot your Bastion in the head. You know? Or a Symmetra hit a right click. And like, that hurts, man. That hurts. Woo! Come on, guys. You gotta love this. And they knew it was coming. Again, do you notice it's the exact same circumstance as the first point? How could London know this was coming? You guys should already have the information for this at this point in time, because we've talked about this already, right? Why is Toronto using BAP window here? How did London know that they were going to use BAP window here? Because they knew it. This was obviously a prediction, but it was a very educated prediction. Very high chance that this is exactly what Toronto does. Ult tracking, well, obviously, right? But how did you know they were going to use it here? Right. What angle can Magid take here? Like, this is very difficult. Remember we talked about this. You don't have Lucio's speed. You can't like just walk out and push into these guys through a choke. You can't. You have to use something to break the choke, an ultimate or a Magid angle or something. The voices told them, right? So they had to use something, either a Magid flank or an ultimate, and this is exactly what happened the last time this happened. They bait it, they TP out, that's it. They knew they're going to use it to try and break the choke, because otherwise London will smoke them on that choke. And that's it. Now you got to ask yourself, is it better to kite an ultimate, or is it better to hold the choke? I mean, it is a YouTube video from a stream. Is it that's kind of the question. You guys kind of see what I'm saying, though. It's a cute look, but it doesn't come without its costs. I think it's worth it because Toronto only has like the one ultimate now, right? So I think it's probably worth it. But, you know, Spectre just freaking dies.
Toronto, like they can come into this one and recontest, but
one shot, goodbye. Magid uses the ultimate, but
Toronto, like they can come into this one and recontest, but
doesn't quite get the angle that he wants. Really struggling to get value out of it. Tries to flank around behind. There's the sim wall, completely shutting it off. Now that's where you could have done a vertical sim wall if you'd wanted to, because it wasn't used to counter something specifically. But I will say, there's when you're running with something versus like a Bastion, which is very static, the flat sim walls are a lot more attractive. I have a video, yes. Girl boss.
Being able to secure victory on New Junk City, and this is why they picked. Has woken up. He plane of existence, or whatever we want to call it, enlightened, if you will. Heading over to the refinery next. Toronto are going to be able to beat them there, but I really don't know how much does London care about this. They have 3 ultimates. They also have an aggressive sound barrier if they early. Going to cause some chaos. And notice that the timing is so that the London... So they're using Bastion ult so they can actually like press W safely, right? Because again, it's like this open space. Feels kind of bad. You don't really want to use your teleporter immediately. So they use... Oh. So that's pretty funny right there. Bastion for Bastion, the GOAT.
Now, London's going to disengage here. I don't know if there was a bad trade cooldown-wise. I think they got point flip here, and they wanted to try to force Bastion. And then, okay, there's Bastion. There's Fortify. There's a TP flank. This is just ridiculous. Look at this play, guys. Look at Ryan. TP behind. Bam, with BAP window. And turret form. GG's. Now, again, I just question the beat timing. Maybe they didn't have lamp. They didn't have lamp. Okay, maybe that beat's okay. Maybe that beat's okay. I can live with that beat. Land and Backbone are definitely going to die, but this is a huge investment from Toronto. Obviously, the Mail is their most important ultimate, so yeah. And then just mechanical play like this, that's crazy. So, pretty nice play from London.
Composition are down, like you popped 3 scenario. Healing pylon also already taken down.
That was a flank window, boys. That was a flank window in the back line.
So many things that need to go right here for Toronto, especially when they are just 10%.
Now you should know what Hottie's gonna do here, right? Everybody knows what Hottie's gonna do here, right? Look at the ults. Look at the ult situation for London. Now they are relatively close to ultimates here, but it should be a TP shatter, or you play really carefully, really baity, try to build up your sim wall, see if you can bait out BAP window. So we're either going to see a TP or a disengage, or maybe they'll bait TP and bait out and then disengage. You see how complicated this gets? Because you could TP shatter, you could TP back out, force BAP window, and probably lamp and shift and Maywall and everything, and just be like, haha, and just wait it out, right? I honestly don't remember what they do. Oh, they did that. Huge Maywall. But I don't know if it's going to be enough. Yeah.
Saving the day, baby, until on the other side, you got Sparker dealing all the damage onto Kaluj, holding 2 different...
You know, because the thing is, you could have looked at that and been like, they could have fake TP'd and turned back around and just disengaged the BAP window, and it would have been not as effective, but it would have also been very effective. Team UK, yeah. That's wild. Oh, my goodness gracious. I mean, guys, why are London winning so many fights? Why are London winning so many fights here? Is the Iliari a terrible pick? Is Spectra trolling on May? Is Ultraviolet feeding on? Is Kaluj? Not really, guy. It's just they're just better team wise. They're just better. They're just better, and it's hard to be better than London at this composition. Because Toronto doesn't have as much practice playing versus this composition. There are too many comps to play versus. I wouldn't say Orisa is a weak hero in their comp. I think Kaluj is not very good at Orisa. I don't think he's bad at Orisa. I just don't think it's a hero strength. And that's the problem with Toronto. You look at Hydra and you look at Kaluj. These are not hero strengths for them, right? And I don't know how good Spectre is, but while his May has been solid, it's not been flawless, right? And Magid hasn't been able to make up for it mechanically. I wouldn't agree that Magid's been too keen on angles. I just don't think the angles have been, I don't think he's been effective with the angles he's been taking. So, I don't know. This is the thing, is you can't flame Defiant for picking the wrong comp or flame, because like they're trying to play around what London is playing. Like it's better than the mirroring, right? But I don't know, man. I don't know. It's unfortunate.
Really good choice.
It's unfortunate for Toronto. Okay, here we go. And it's been competitive, right? It's been competitive. Won Midtown. They should have won Busan, or at least a round of Busan. That last point, a couple of chokes. Really just the key thing that you guys are noticing is London is just clutching so many fights that they should. Lucio Orisa could work. Yeah, Lucio Orisa could work. I think the biggest argument you can make for Toronto trolling, quote unquote, is I think Lucio Orisa is something like going Boston style. But obviously that's probably not, there's some reason why they're not doing that we're not aware of. Who is Toronto's support? Maybe the communication isn't there. Because the thing is you can't just plug in a Lucio player and expect to perform on the comp opener, right? You have to have the timing, the communication, the coordination, and maybe they just don't have it with it. Maybe they just don't have it with him just yet. You know? And you just don't know.
See how much healing output this Alari can even have with an important point. Or it's the captive son, just being able to get those quick picks and taking advantage of the fact that London Spitfire can play grouped up.
Fight playing div 2, yep. 100%. Magid on the angle. He's on the flank. I really don't understand the pylon placement from Magid. I am not going to lie with you guys. I'm not sure if it's used for anti-TP value to provide that burst of healing, but Magid has been so quiet in terms of like relevant pressure. And I think the lack of turret on him is a big part of the reason. He has to respect teleporters so much. I get that. But it's actually like, this is just a disaster, right? Like, there just is not enough pressure from him. If I remember correctly, Toronto was playing a different common scrims and losing. Could be, yeah. I don't know what's happening off screen. I don't know how Kaluj is taking so much damage. I don't know how Spectre just freaking dies. That just has to be a misplay. What team I play on? Used to coach in Overwatch in contenders. I am happily retired. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I have no idea what happens. Magic's very quiet on the angle, and then Toronto just annihilates. But you guys say that, you know, Magid was AFK on the flank. So yeah, I don't know exactly what happened there. But like, it happens, you know. Also, can we really blame Magid? You know, like Kaluj just took an ungodly amount of damage, and I don't even know why or how. I don't even know what happened here, you know. And then Spectre just freaking dies. It's like, and also at this point in the match, there's a lot of nerves. There's a lot of pressure to perform. It's rough, you know. So it's like, I think everybody makes mistakes whenever you're playing like a composition at this high of a level, and like the level of error, the margin of error is so tight, you know. The thing with like Spectre, right? Spectre dies without using Ice Block. Yes. But if Spectre uses Ice Block and he doesn't need it, they might lose the fight. Do you guys understand? You not using Ice Block will kill you. Wasting Ice Block when you didn't need it will kill you. You understand what I'm saying? Like, the margin of error is so tight. So it's very easy for us to like kind of like go back and be like, oh, you know, it's they're trolling, they're messing up. But really, like I said, it is this tight. It is this tight, and that's why such little details, like, you know, how focused they were, the communication or whatever, it matters so much. Matters so much. So I think Spectra, I think Magid, I think everyone's played relatively well. I just think London has done a better job of their fight. I just think London's done a better job of their fight planning.
He came into this season and even
I don't think anybody, let's put it this way, I don't think anyone from Toronto should have walked away from this game and gone, it's my fault that we lost.
Overwatch League.
I don't think anybody should have thought that.
The best May. Hands down the best May player in the entire league. And whether it's the icicle shots that do have that significant travel distance, or of course it's the
so Spectra's going to rotate out. Why does Spectra Ice Block? He's 1 HP. There's the Ice Block. Great Ice Block. There's the BAP window. Shift is a little early, but understandable. They're going to try to catch Kaluj, but it's a really nice... Check out this Ice Wall from... It's just enough to get Kaluj out to safety. So Kaluj has to fortify. He is able to disengage. If he doesn't get that Ice Block, a Ice Wall, I think he dies. Imagine... Honestly... I think Magid just gets a little bit cheeky because he mistimes his push. The BAP window was literally 1 second away from expiring, and Magid has to peek out Because you guys get, okay, but stop. See, this is what I'm talking about. Magic is feeding, guys, right? What is he doing? Like, even without BAP window, like, what is he doing? It's a total feed, right? Stop. Watch this. I don't know if you guys can even, no, you can't. Watch. Where do you think Backbone teleported to? So you guys watch this on broadcast and you're like, dude, Magid is a feeder. He's an idiot. What is he doing? This is like, what an idiot, what a jackass. But dude, Magid on the flank gets TP'd on by Backbone with a charged right click who hits it immediately, and Magid has nowhere to go. Now, I'm gonna say something here. Look at this. He TP's right there. No, actually, no, I'm not going to say anything. No, there's nothing to say. That's it. Well, what are you going to do, man, right? What are you going to do? Is that a play that Magid could have anticipated and reacted to perfectly with shift and a headshot and juke the... Yes, but now we're talking about mechanical plays. And I think you have to give credit where credit is due. Backbone made a phenomenal mechanical play. It's funny how, like, when London makes a mechanical play, this is not as much the case, but sometimes there's this misconception. When London makes a mechanical play, the enemy team is trolling. But when the enemy team makes a mechanical play, it's because their players are just better. That's not fair. That's not fair to Magid, and that's not fair to Backbone. Backbone made a great play. He hit the shot.
The Iliadi is struggling that we're seeing off the very beginning, but when do you make adjustments here as to find up the back away once again?
This is where we saw things.
And again, you see how your impressions from broadcast are not always accurate. So don't go on your angry Twitter rants because you don't know. You don't know. I guarantee you, a bunch of people saw that, and that cemented their opinion of Magid's play for the rest of the series. Just that one mistake, right? Nice little angle from Kaluj. They're doing a good job breaking Ryan Shield here. Now you know. Now I want you guys to tell me what's the play here for London. You guys have seen enough London to know what the play is. Now, there's not one play here, but there are plays options. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? What could London do here? Because they're stuck in a choke, right? And Toronto does need to try to walk out. And they're all, think about the ults. Think about some options here. Exactly, boy. Beat and TP. Could be. They could TP backline it and beat. They sure could. What would Toronto do if they did that, though? You guys know what they would do, right? Mail, right. And it'd be over. GG's. So what's the play?
From the back foot. They've got to get themselves back into this one.
Doing a good job. Body's low. There's the Bastion ult from Hydran. You're going to go top. Now check this placement from Hydran. Woo! We kissed Admiral. That was great. Q play from Toronto. Not what London was expecting. Nice Maywall. Nice Fortify. Nice bait. Javelin spin is not good. And this, by the way, this is the kind of thing when we talk about like Kaluj not being as comfortable with a character. It's little things like this, right? He's trying. Well, you know what? Actually, no. See, this even I make mistakes. Why do you guys think he javelin spinned here? Why did he javelin spin? Why did he javelin spin? You can see it right here. Do you see it? To go through shield, it's meaningless damage. It's meaningless damage. I'll tell you why he doesn't. I'll tell you why he javelin spins. No. He thinks Spectre got shattered. Yes. He thought he knew Mei was behind him, and he assumed that Mei was shattered. He knew his team was behind him. He thinks they're shattered. He thinks, here comes the pin. I have to keep this guy from pinning my backline. You can even see it here, right? He turns around. Oh, he's fine. Okay. But it's little things like that obviously it doesn't matter that much in the end, but it would be considered kind of a cooldown mismanagement. But on closer look, okay, actually that makes sense. Fortify would stop pin anyway, though. If he can body block perfectly, yes. And that's the mechanical gap. You're right. He shouldn't need to javelin spin. But that's his mindset.
Great stall coming out from London.
Okay.
Finally get a chance to make some progress of their own. And with where
Potential fire strike, not the pin. That could be the case. Yeah.
Away from London because those forward spawns are
That's true.
shut off. So it's going to be a little bit longer for London to try.
That did force the blizzard. That is true. That is true. They were down 1 and they still got blizzard out. That is true. Again, the team turret. You guys see this? I mean, I guess this time it's not as much as a team turret, but this needs to be destroyed right now. This needs to be destroyed right now. There's a little bit slow, but he gets it out. But again, team turret. You notice this for Imagine? I'm gonna have to talk with Imagine about this. I do not understand this. I do not understand this. I don't think you play Iliari if you're not gonna commit turret on yourself and play the angle. I think you just go Lucio. I think this is a mistake. Bastion ult trade, Bap ult trade, and this is a team play. Goof up. Check this out. Turret, 1 kites, 1 doesn't. That means that Toronto has the advantage here. But Hydron dies? Hello? I think it's a damage boosted nade. And then okay, yeah. So London goes on a bit of a spree. They go out and then they go, oh shoot, I guess we're going in because we just committed sim wall, which by the way is excellent. Look at the placement of the sim wall. And they commit beat as well. So actually not good team play from London, but they just had all the ults, so it doesn't matter. Again, I don't think that ultimate clutches that fight. I think that's an ult you would use at the beginning to try and force some cooldowns. Nice little TP there, yeah. Yeah, of course you only show up now. Of course you only show up now. You're only going to show up in your absolute best map. Yeah, that's a cap, dude. This guy is like sitting quietly in the background. This guy fishes for compliments like this is the you should be ashamed of yourself. You should be ashamed of yourself. This guy can only play off meta heroes. Dude, back when I was saying legit, why do I feel like if Junkrat ever became meta, I just know you'd be the best Junkrat in the league. I just know it. I know you would. I don't know how I would, but I just know you would. Or Torbjorn, or it doesn't matter what it is, you would be the best. I just know you would. I don't know. I think you have that rat in you. You know, people have that, you know, some people have that dog in them. I think about that. Backbone doesn't have that dog in them. Backbone has that rat in them. He has the rat in him. I don't know why. I don't know where it came from. He's just a miserable little man, and he just enjoys hurting others. Yeah, you got the rat. You got the rat. British. Oh, man, dude, it's pathetic you didn't get player of the match, dude. I'm not gonna lie. All right, Backbone, I gotta ask. I know the answer to this, but just so chat knows, on a lot of these TP plays, who is making the calls to the TPs? Who gets the majority of the credit? Who gets the majority of the credit? Yeah, that's what I thought. See? I told you guys. Hadi is calling a lot of these too. I bet Landon's probably calling a few too. Maybe, but I knew it's you. You got the biggest mouth out of all of them. Right, exactly. See?
If you can get into the position, looking at the way that Spitfire.
All right. I don't even know what to do here. If I'm Toronto here, this is brutal. Like, I honestly think you need to play slow, play for your mail, pray for the best. I just don't think there's like any good positions. Magic needs to go on a crazy flank, honestly. But honestly, I don't know if there's any flank that can't be TP to. And then when people don't take my TPs, I threaten their families. Yeah. That makes sense. Now, this is actually pretty fat Bastion ult, because forcing Ice Block is pretty juiced. The next hit from Sparker isn't amazing, but he still has one more. That's going to force Maywall on the back window. It's pretty good for London. London's just kind of chill here. I don't know if there's anyone they can push, though. They do get Fortify out. There's the Bastion ult. Dude, dude. I mean, come on, guys. Look at this guy. This is just so stupid, man. They push the robot until it starts to get really uncomfortable around here. It just gets ugly, you know? They got a mail and they wrestle, and they just like, see ya. Bye. I don't even know what the Landon lamp though was though, but all right. Now, I think Hottie should be dead here. Come on, Hottie. Oh, yeah, see. Okay, so I want you guys to watch this. This is a really cool little detail. Now, Hottie... What happened to Hottie? Did Hottie not have pin? This is a mistake from Hottie, no, Backbone? Hottie should have pinned out. Hottie can't stay in the corner. Because first off, he's not getting any support right now. So he's a little bit behind on shield. Second off, because they have BAP window or whatever. But the big thing is that they have mail. Hottie is not going to get out without TP, and they don't have TP yet. So if they don't TP out, yeah, he needs TP because he can't pin out. He'll just get javelined or walled. So Hottie needs to... Hottie, honestly, I think London's best bet, given the old economy that they have, is just to fully just get out the high ground and just play to stall high ground as long as you can. I think you play to stall high ground as long as you can. Yeah, because there's no TP yet. And then honestly, Hottie could have died. Yeah, Hottie, they don't even need to mail. Yeah. Because Hottie should have been here. And then London's allowed to hold high ground and just play rat mode. And just stall. There's no awkward. It's awkward to Orisa ult. It's awkward to mail. It's awkward to BAP window. It's just terrible. He got javelin. He was pinning. But yeah, he shouldn't have been there. The javelin is a guarantee. You can't avoid the javelin unless the Orisa is bad. The javelin is... there's no... You have to take the TP or pin on earlier. All right, cheers, man. Have a good scrim.
He's able to have that forward spawn too, so this is going to be a very fast.
This is cool from London. This is just cornball. They just weren't expecting this. They catch. There's a lot of cooldowns right there. There's the rotation. Now Toronto actually doesn't do a terrible job rotating this. They actually do a pretty nice job rotating. Now I don't know what the frick Landon was doing. Can anybody tell me what Landon did here? I think Landon just hit a little too deep on the cush. And just, my man just, guys, just watch this in slow motion. It drops into the middle of the enemy team. Oh, that's a bit of a mistake. So that's unfortunate. It happens. That's going to cost shift and lamp, and my brother is going to die. This is ridiculous. How did he not die? Oh, they get the punish and hydrant. Wow, like that's ridiculous. That is actually no way that should have worked out. There's the Orisa that's gonna catch Hottie. He's gonna get walled. He's just dead. There's nowhere to pin out. This is just total chaos. I think London kind of. I have too bad Backbone's on here. I feel like this is probably a push call because they got a really nice rotation, and then the London kind of fumbles the bag. Now I want you guys to watch this though, because this is still winnable for Toronto despite the ult bank, right? And look what happens here, right? Backbone's dead. Backbone's dead. Backbone Simwalls. Backbone TPs. I don't even know where he TPs to. Does anybody know where Backbone TPs to? Help me. Wait, where? Top right? Where? Mega? Yeah, maybe it was behind? Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, it's just disgusting. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Like, this should have been a fight win for Toronto that they clutched out. Backbone's dead. They killed it, but no, it's not. Just stupid. I thought you were scrimming. I'm never going to compliment this guy again.
And the nade from Sparker. It's been a nail in the coffin for Ultraviolet. London spin.
Go to the ultimates that they have, and even
I mean, it's just ridiculous. Like all those ultimates, and really a pretty bad error from Landon there, and they still. All right, cheers, mate. And they still clutched that one out. I think the biggest insult that you can give to like Toronto right now is that just the number of quiet people. Right? Magic's been quiet. Hydrant's been quiet. Like I said, it's just the number of fight plans that London wins just through superior fight planning. But then an insult to injury. Excuse me. They just win a lot of fights through just mechanical plays. They just make more plays. You know? There's Hottie.
He just has to.
Hottie gets out. Now, again, this is why Hottie gets out, because if they BAP window him here, they can control the high ground, prevent Landon from peeking. Now, they could theoretically mirror the BAP window, which would make it hard. But yeah, it's probably the safer move just to go top.
He's been playing more
Yeah.
this match.
It's crazy.
Which is good.
So I think that was a risk of 4 to 5, maybe a javelin spin. Now Ryan can hold it because they can't really BAP window him from here. There's, again, another TP on the Magic. Shift, right-click, and he's just dead.
Which is good. Definitely shouldn't be picked out.
And it's hard to get value out of your turret when it's burst damage, right? It's not good. It's good for long, sustained fights, but when Lucio and Sem, I mean, again, that's just a recognition by Backbone.
What is happening in the back? Backbone and Admiral just isolating.
Okay, so what's the problem with this flank from Majid? Because we just talked about Majid wants to take flanks. What's the problem, guys? Think about it from like an objective perspective. Who on Toronto is fighting right now?
Definitely shouldn't be picked out.
I guess this is more of a philosophical question, but if you can answer this, you could probably understand why Majid gets punished here. Yeah, the timing is bad, right? It's just like Bastion isn't really engaged. Baptiste isn't really engaged. May is really not engaged. Arissa's getting stalled on cart, so that's something. But there's so many people on London right now that don't really need to do anything. You know what I'm saying? There's so many people on London that don't need to do anything, so they can afford to go chase Majid around the map because there's just nothing really going on right now. So Majid, honestly, it's not that he sometimes plays a little too aggressive, but I think the biggest thing is just the timing of this aggression, right? Like he needs to wait for it to be more expensive for Toronto. And at the same time, Spectre gets ice block force because of the grenade. I think this is just it's a timing issue. You know, you can second guess the composition all you want, but it's going at the very least it's going to require good execution here. Now, do you notice when it's a bit of a feed there from Backbone? I mean, he gets hit by grenade, but you notice when this aggression from London kicks out, right? It kicks out when the TP goes. Hottie goes in when the TP goes. It's always synchronized. Always, not always, but mostly synchronized. At least when it goes well. All right, what is Hottie going to do here? There's the TP. They're going to have to replace the TP. It's going to expire soon. Yeah, see, Hottie has to leave. Again, male situation, right? You just can't hold the corner there. There's an early Bastion ult. They're going to try and cause chaos. I like this from Hydran. This is going to try to cause chaos so that they can actually complete this rotation without dying. That's good. And we saw that from Toronto, from London actually a couple of times, where they will use Bastion ult to help them rotate out of a choke, right? I think it's good. Cause a little bit of chaos, right? Sparker is a little bit spooked. It's not perfect, but the idea is understandable. Majid looks like he's going to go top. There's the ultimate from Spectra. I don't know if he caught Hottie or not. I don't know what happens here.
And then we end up seeing a spot where Toronto can start to string together some team fight.
I think they try to body block Hottie, but Hottie... Oh, the May wall. Oh, no, Spectra. Oh, no. That's actually so sad. That sucks, man. That's the poor guy. Dude, look, they're trying to May wall, but the May wall has a tiny gap. And he just pins out of it. Pins out of the ult. And now Sparker's using his ult. They catch Magic on the flank. He does get out. And so, no May ult. The 2v2 on the flank. Lucio is very late. Sparker kills Hydran. I don't even know what happens here. Oh, that's so cheeky. Ha, that's the clutch. Trying to find what's else. There's a shatter on the tank line. Ultraviolet and Majid just freaking kill everybody. I wish we could have seen that play, y'all. I wish we could have seen that play. Admiral's fault? Yeah, Admiral. I don't know why y'all didn't pursue here. If y'all had thrown like anything out here, I think this is over. Moved him out of my left click? Yeah. I mean, it's a timing issue. I wish you could see what happened off camera. It's a big shatter.
With Servajan now finding the two that were nailing him down, he can finally
That whittled down by
Yeah, back when blaming his teammates, tragic.
They would be able to get back, and now London Spitfire are back to stop the Toronto Defiant from capturing.
All right, last fight.
Point. And all of a sudden, we're
Never
watching
perfect player, never my fault. Yes, true.
where Admiral has that sound
Rotation. Oh, is that a javelin? Did he get javelined? Yeah, he did. Check it out. Or wait, is that grenade? No, that's grenade. That's grenade. That's grenade. He got grenaded. And it booped him out. No, that's a javelin. Or both. I think it's both. I think, no, it's a javelin. Definitely a javelin. And so that pins him up against the wall.
Admiral though, ooh, having to be careful from the javelin into the fall from a Hydron.
Why do they...
Admiral though,
Oh, wow. Kaluj is 1 HP. On the angle. Not, nice kind of a... Actually kind of a cool map window there. Okay. Now, this is it. This is the nail in the coffin. Where is the replay viewer? No comment. How did Toronto lose this? You're up 1. Obviously, actually, I don't know. See, like, but there's no beat on yet. You have to go now, and it has to be punchy. Oh, that's why. This is why. So, I don't know where Magid is. Magid should be on the flank. I don't know where he is. But you've used everything. And London just kites it out. And then they respond with Simwall. And then the beat. But you gave time for Admiral to get back. I don't know. It's impossible for me to see what's going on here. But you really, 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 really needed... Like, where is Spectra? Where is Spectra? Like, I don't know. Like, it's so hard to see what's going on here. But, like, Spectra with the Maywall or Magid with a flank or something had to happen here. And it's a 5v4 and you got to go now. And it doesn't happen. I think Spectra's lagging super far behind. I think they might have waited. If they'd waited like 3 seconds, I think this ends up in a kill. But it had to happen. It had to happen, and it did. That's it. And that's it. I mean, I hope you guys, like, I know this has been a lot longer than I thought it would be. Obviously, we had a couple of segues, but I hope. What did we learn here? What did you learn? What was the major? If you could pick a handful of differences, what were they? What was the difference in this match? Maybe not all surprises, but I know I learned a couple of things. Communication, yeah. Timing issues. I think the plan value from London, just consistently planning better. A lot of clutch fights from London, from mechanical or cute plays. Good cooldown trades, right? Yep. I think Magid quiet, Kaluj quiet, Hydron. It's hard to judge Bastion's performance, I think, in this meta. I think Spectre played better than I thought he did, than I thought when I first watched this game, just like casually. But I think Spectre could have played a little bit better. I mean, everyone could play a little better, but right? But mostly macro stuff, right? I don't think anybody from Toronto, Spectre, Magid, should walk away from this and be like, I trolled, right? Everybody trolled a couple of fights, but I think London just won too many fights just from superior old economy. And London made great plays. They forced a lot of errors. It wasn't just, they forced errors from out of Toronto. You know? They forced errors. Toronto could have played and should have played it better. Yes, I think the compositional choice, I think watching this back could have been executed a lot better from Toronto, but I do think London had the better composition. I think the support lineup is just something that wasn't going to work, but I'm also not going to then use that as fuel to question Kasaurus or No Hill or Magid, because there's so many decisions that go on behind the scenes. Who's to say that they didn't try Lucio and it didn't work? Who's to say that this was a panic swap, that they had to try something new? That they had better scrim results? Who's to say that they didn't have the scrim match practice versus this? So I think Boston was just a better team play and it looked a lot more comfortable. And they got a lot more support value. Everyone's talking about Li Jae Gong, right? He was not perfect, but he played relatively well. He had a lot of pop-off moments. I think Smurf looked a little bit better in the Orisa as well. I think Boston was better team play. Boston had a better consistent support lineup. Not because Magic's a worse support player, but Magic doesn't play Lucio. Yeah. London make top 4? No idea. This is a Mickey Mouse meta swap. Who knows? I'm not saying that I would want to watch Ryan Bastion for an entire final series, but it's a bit of a mess. So who knows? London, don't count London out though. Don't count London out. So TLDR, be nice. Toronto gave it their best. London was a better team. That's it. London was a better team. And again, I don't think anybody on Toronto should walk away from that match and think, I choked. Maybe to an extent, but I don't think it's that simple. Spectra, you did a good job. Spectra. Don't you feel bad about that. You did a phenomenal job. And you had a great season. And I'm sure that the Toronto guys were very grateful to have you. I personally loved watching you play. And after watching it back again, I think you did a fine job. You should be very proud of yourself. You did a great job, Spectra. You're very welcome. And I hope whatever happens next season that you find a good team. Whether it's an Overwatch League or whatever happens with Overwatch League, even if there's no Overwatch League. Yeah, great rookie year. I think you did a phenomenal job. I think you should be very proud of yourself. I know how difficult it is to join a team halfway through a season. I've done the exact same thing, even though I wasn't playing. I know it's very hard. And you did a great job. There's not a lot to talk about, Omar. It's hard to say, because we don't even scrim really right now. I know they're going to do a boot camp, I believe, relatively soon with scrims and such, but that's about all there is to say about World Cup. We don't even necessarily know what the meta is. The stuff with the World Cup doesn't really boil down until the Overwatch League season is done. So you have to kind of wait and see. Have I worked with one-tricking Reapers? I have. I actually worked with a Grandmaster, top 5 one-trick Reaper at some point. It's been a little while, but yeah. It might be on Spylo too. Maybe. I swear I did. Maybe it was a private session. Let me look it up really fast. No, I think it must have been off stream. There's a few Reaper VODs though on Spylo too. I might have baited you, mate. I see a Grandmaster Reaper coaching session, but it's with other characters. Tracer, Reaper, Surgeon. I don't even know how much Reaper there was. Yeah, it doesn't look like there was a lot of Reaper. Yeah, it must have been off stream. I'm sorry, mate. When are we going to find out what's going to happen with Owl? I would imagine that you're going to start to see some pretty important announcements within about 3 months, 2 or 3 months. Because that's going to be when teams are going to have to start make decisions about next season and off-season meetings between the Grandmasters, GMs, geez, my brain is so crosswired, are going to start to happen. So I would stay very close attention to within about 6 to 8 weeks after Overwatch League is over. That's when I imagine teams are going to start to make some decisions. Yeah, it was a good stream. Sorry all the segues. I ended up there's so many things I want to talk about, and obviously I'll have all the London boys was really fun. Gonna be seeing them in Toronto, so that should be fun. Cheers, Juju. I guess just Ju77. Longer stream means bigger W's. Yeah, true. I mean, I just wanted to talk, if I try to not sometimes I'm kind of tired, and so I want to finish stream sooner rather than later. And then sometimes I'm just I just get in a roll. So have I done Preds for playoffs? Nah, I haven't done Preds, honestly, all season. I generally avoid Preds. Not because I don't like them, just because, I don't know, it always feels weird. I also don't like betting against London, you know? Because, I don't think London's going to win it. But it always feels weird to me to, like, bet a team to beat London. I guess maybe after this season, things will change. Because, I don't know, even, like, teams like Magid and Hydron, like, those, like, I've known those guys for a long time. Like, I don't know. It's just weird. Do a bracket? Yeah, see, the Florida man is pushing me to do... Polyfies and have the guys like, do drugs, man. Do drugs. It's great. This guy told me to do a bracket. Just do one bracket, man. One quick drag. It was fine, man. Talk about the bracket drama? No, because here's the thing. If people are already haranguing about it and I don't have a new perspective, then I generally don't harangue about things. If I'm going to harangue about something, balance, design... I'm going to try to focus on something that either I have maybe a unique perspective on, or I think I have something important that I need to say. Otherwise, it's just beating a dead horse. So, there's plenty. Don't expose you like that. Yeah, there's nothing to say. The bracket is problematic. This is not the first time we've had an issue with the structure this season. There's just not a whole lot more to say. So, it is what it is. Comparing a bracket to drugs. Oh yeah. Remove the glasses original. But why? I don't understand why I was the only one that had to say that, bro. Like, I remember scrimming that map, or like even the first few times I played it in like alpha, I'm like, bro, what is this choke? This choke is brutal. This is like Paris all over again. Dude, I don't even know. It's just remove it. Remove the glass, man. It's not that hard. Remove the glass. I'm begging you. They didn't remove it. Thoughts exploring map reworks. I feel like that would be a lot more difficult, to be honest with you, Devicy. Devices, excuse me. Definitely good advice. Maybe we'll do it, but I don't know. Maybe we'll do it. I don't know. It's a good suggestion. And by the way, if you guys don't know, we are going to finish the support rework discussion in 2 days. We only have tweaks for Baptiste, tweaks for Lifeweaver, and then we're done. Moira Mercy, Ana Zen, mostly done. I have to do it a little bit at the end, but stay tuned. Let's put it that way. Stay tuned. We will get the juice rolling. Don't worry. If we had a map, I know, right? Can you imagine if you could create your own maps? Dude, there's so many crazy creative people in Overwatch. I am sure of it. I am sure that they'd get it. They figure it out. How does juice roll? I'm not going to tell you. If you don't know, you don't know. That's all I'm saying. I can't explain this. It's like the facts of life, It's like how do planes fly? How does a garage door opener work? There's just some things you just got to know. If you don't know, you don't know. Why? Make me sad, make me cry? Okay. Easy enough. How is Overwatch esports going to look like if teams leave Val? I have a whole video on that. TLDR is potentially positive. Short term, very negative, but potentially positive. We'll see. All right, chat. I'm going to go roll in the juice, so to speak. I'm going to hustle right over to Uber. Looks like my mate is doing some lifting. So tell Uber I said hello. I'll chat with you guys later. See you guys in 2 days for some delightful, etc. stream stuff. And loves and kisses. Any plans for DPS coaching guide? Yes, eventually. Probably the Overwatch League off season. I'll chat with y'all later.